Hello. Hello, hello. How is everybody doing? How's it going? Woohoo. So yesterday I realized I was actually like mega tired. I think I actually did not sleep well yesterday. So my analysis like of certain things like don't move. Certain things like this kind of turned out weird now that I think about it. Uh saw a pretty decent review about the chapter Dinky. Who's Dinky? I'm not sure who that is. I apologize. I do not know who that is. Uh, hello, small YouTuber. Okay. I mean, yeah. Uh, that's the unfortunate nature of this is that most of the people who will talk positively about this series are most likely smaller YouTubers than larger YouTubers. Uh, it's very unlikely. What do we want to talk? How do we want to approach this? There's a lot I want to talk about. There's a lot I want to show. So I guess we can start with this, since so many people were asking me about this. Chizuru's dialogue. So I was very curious, and I asked a lot of people. I had my own doubts and like uncertainty, but let's just clear it up right now. Chizuru's dialogue. This is completely the future her. So let me move here. So Chizuru's dialogue here. This is completely the future her. And this right here, yeah, future. Yes, this is completely future narration. No ifs, whats, or buts. This is future narration. However, before we freak out and assume they're not together, I actually think it's kind of the opposite. So it's important to recognize that what Chizuru is doing here is creating contrast. It's kind of important that she talks. Okay, so let's go through it. Let's read it. My name is Chizuru Ichinose. I'm an actress, a rental girlfriend. Rental girlfriend is in quotation marks. We don't know why. That's not cleared up to us. Something interesting happens here. Yesterday we were talking about it, but it wasn't made clear to me until after the stream. When she says, I used to think that books and movies are nothing but fiction. Fiction right here is actually written in Japanese as the word lie, and then it's read as fiction. You can do that in Japanese, for those who don't know. In Japanese, you can write the word you want it to be, and then on top of it, you write how the word should be read. So the way Reiji wrote it here is that this is lie, and that books and movies are lies, fiction. And then she makes it like Kazuya is making the lie come true. This should sound familiar to some of you, that like Kazuya literally said this before the Hawaiians arc. Before he went to the Hawaiians arc, he literally said, making the lie come true. So she's literally saying, when I'm with him, it feels like fiction comes true. The lie comes true when I'm with him. So that's what this is implying. Now, I also pointed out how Chizuru's dialogue here is intentionally a callback to the very beginning of the series, like the very, very start, literally chapter 1. But there's more meaning to that. So let's keep reading. I'll delve into that shortly, but let's keep reading. And that the real world was full of harsh realities, impossible dreams, unrewarded efforts, and unrequited feelings. Impossible dreams, the impossible dream of Chizuru showing her grandmother the movie that she made, which Kazuya made come true. Unrewarded efforts, Kazuya literally rewarded her efforts actively. Unrequited feelings. We have not seen this one. We're intentionally shown the two things that we see right here, but not unrequited feelings. So with unrequited feelings, it's very clear that like this one is kind of like a hint to us. I think this is a hint. Now remember, this is only conjecture. This is only a hypothesis based on what we've been shown. But unrequited feelings, being something we've never really seen when it comes to Chizuru, is kind of important. So unrequited feelings, that's something that she feels like, but even now, I remember that walk home, right? So she used to believe these things, and it's like this walk changed that. That's why she introduces this concept right here, these ideas. I'm an actress, a rental girlfriend. She introduces these elements of her and how this walk contrasted that, how this walk almost changed that. So basically, Reishi's literally telling us something about this walk is going to change Chizuru's entire POV. That's the way I'm interpreting it, that this entire walk is going to change Chizuru's POV. Now, this is where we get to this part. Whenever I was with him, it felt like I was inside a story. When people read the word was, their immediate thought is, it's not anymore, right? When you say was, it means it's not anymore. So if she had said, whenever I am with him, it felt like I was in a story, then people would be like, oh, okay, we're fine. But because she says was, people are assuming they're not together in the future. I think this is a misdirect. I'm pretty confident this is a misdirect for a few reasons. This is future Chizuru talking about how she felt at the time. So it's clear this is future Chizuru talking about how she felt at the time. And this is something we saw in previous chapters. For instance, there's a few hints. Future Chizuru, but hold on. I want you to hold on. Let's not assume anything. I want you to hold on. This is future Chizuru talking about her feelings then. So when she was with him then. So that doesn't mean she's not with him now. The wording is intentionally misdirectory. And I think that's very intentional by Reishi. Just as when we read the previous chapter, Kazuya's words are intentionally not clear. Maybe it was a good thing. And then here, it's framed as a good thing, but you read the was, and you think to yourself, wait, does that mean they're not together anymore? But let's hold off for just that thought, just for a second. I want you to hold off. I want to show you something. So we're going to go to chapter 290. Why that one? Well, this is after Umi visits Chizuru's home, and Chizuru is literally about to turn him down, and then Chizuru asks Kazuya out on a date. And so look at what she says right here. I always have bad luck with rain. It's strange, but it never seems to rain when I go out on dates with you. Okay? Kazuya literally makes her world better. He is like a dream. He literally clears up her sky. And isn't it super fitting that she talks about fairy tales, fiction, and stories at night, the time of dreams, the time when dreams literally come true. So, to me, the way I interpreted this, after having sat with it just a little bit, is that I think what's going to happen here is the dream is going to end. Right? The dream is going to end because Kazuya won't just be a magical hero anymore. Neither will she just be a magical princess. However, the dream will also come. You're gonna wake up. You're gonna wake up, but the dream is also gonna come to reality. So it's gonna be a blend of the two. It's gonna be reality and dreams coming true, both at the same time, because that's kind of been the idea. The idea has been, what have we said? Literally, they went to a yin-yang hot pot place, and Reiji's been talking about yin-yang this entire fucking time. He shows bridges, literally representing balance. That's something you fucking build. You build a bridge, right? So to me, it feels like where we're going is that we're going to this place where the dream is going to end, the fantasy is going to end, but you're also going to have that be part of your reality. So it's going to be both at the same time. What do I mean by all of this? I feel like the whole point is that Kazuya is going to show his real self to Chizuru, and Chizuru is going to show her real self to Kazuya. In so doing, the dream of her being a princess and him being the hero in her story is going to end, but it's also not going to end. They're going to reach a different point where they're seeing the real person who's not a fantasy anymore, who's a real thing, but they're also living in that fantasy that they want. Okay, let me read some of the comments. More likely, they had an intimate night, but they didn't actually commit towards the actual relationship yet. So in other words, they probably didn't do the dirty deed. We don't know. Literally, I'm telling you, we don't know. It seems like this is going to be a very important night. This walk home is going to be really important. Reiji's like clearly highlighting this walk home is really fucking important. So, no, I don't think so. Even like I literally think like something is going to change the dynamic. And yeah, okay, if they don't get together by this, fine. You guys were right, whatever. But I genuinely think the dynamic is going to change. I think Reiji's going to flip this entire dynamic on its head. Everything we've understood up until this point is going to be flipped and subverted, and Kazuya is literally going to make Chizuru's dreams come to reality because of the unrequited feelings, unrewarded efforts, impossible dreams that are contrasted by this night. That this night made these things come true. That the impossible dream she had, the unrewarded efforts that she felt that she kept trying and nothing worked out, and finally, the unrequited feelings that she felt like Kazuya did not feel too. All of these will change as a byproduct of this night. The only thing that can throw you off is the was. But that moment, at that time, was that important to her. Whenever I was with him, then, it felt like I was inside of a story. So that's going to be the flip. We'll see. Let me read some of the comments. Who's behind the unrequited feelings box? Kazuya? Yeah, Kazuya is behind the unrequited feelings box. That's a cool catch. All the big fancy moments with my wife were great, but the quiet, intimate moments we had to talk about made me fall in love with her. I feel the same will happen with these two. Yeah. This is pretty much, to me, rewriting the story now. We got an ending we don't like. And what do we know about stories? That Chizuru's literally talking about stories. Every single movie, book, or story ends. So will they have... The question being raised to you here is that if this is a story, if she feels like she is inside a story, will they have their happy ending? Or will they have a tragic ending? Because if by her logic, they should not have a bad ending here if she is in a story. If she is in a story and they had a bad ending, why can't they literally rewrite their ending to have a good ending? Right? That to me is what this is secretly implying. If they are in a story, if the way all of this played out, like they magically ran into each other, Kazuya carried her just when she was hurt, and needed someone, and now there's a possibility that the things could be resolved. Like, do you see how he's setting it up? He's setting up like they're literally about to rewrite the story and get the ending they want. Could next chapter be a flashback? See, that's what I'm curious about. I'm curious if next chapter will be like between a flashback and between current events, or if it will be a set of chapters that will eventually lead to why Chizuru says absolutely not, because that's literally the phrase she says. So will we reach that? Will we also have a subversion of that? My guess, a lot of people are assuming we're gonna end up with a bunch of chapters delving into Chizuru, I think it might be a singular condensed chapter that highlights everything perfectly while at the same time kind of mixing with current events. And I think that might be what happens next chapter. So it's like it's going to be on the walk home while also Chizuru is thinking about stuff, and it's going to be Chizuru's POV. This is something Reiji actually foreshadows in this chapter the moment they run into each other. So look at what he does right when they run into each other. They run into each other. You hear Kazuya's thoughts from this side, and Chizuru is dead silent from this side. Kazuya broke his pose and he's reacting. Chizuru is still in her pose, holding firm. Chizuru is looking away. Kazuya is looking directly at her. Chizuru is not cartoony. Kazuya is cartoony. Kazuya is blushing like crazy. She has a single blush. So it's already telling you they're literally contrasting each other. But that contrast can be flipped. You can literally flip this page and suddenly everything makes sense. Just as Kazuya is not looking at her, just as Kazuya is looking at her and she's not looking at him, it informs what she herself is thinking. Why isn't she looking at him? Because she can't, right? And this keeps happening. Kazuya keeps looking, Chizuru keeps looking away, giving singular responses. She's not reacting because she's not allowed to react. We keep getting Kazuya's thoughts in contrast to Chizuru's silence. But then, when you see this, you hear Kazuya's thoughts, it makes me so happy, contrasted by this where you don't hear Chizuru's thoughts. His presence makes her happy. So when you see this, it literally tells you, okay, now review the chapter from Chizuru's POV. All that silence had meaning. So when Kazuya says, I ran into her, I ran into him. When he says, incredible timing, what a coincidence, incredible timing, what a coincidence. There's no way she'd be in a good mood. Why am I trying to play it cool? There's no way he would be in a good mood. Why am I trying to play it cool? Crap, this is so awkward. She just got through rejecting me. Crap, this is so awkward. I just got through rejecting him. There's no way she'd be happy to see me. There's no way he'd be happy to see me. Could this get any more awkward? Could this get any more awkward? She might have avoided the train exactly for that reason. Maybe he took this route exactly to avoid me. Even if I told her this was fate, it would probably wouldn't work well. Even if I told him this was fate, this would probably not work well. What should I say? What should I say? Well, I'll be on my way. Chizuru? Okay, I'll let him go. Gah, I never thought I'd see the day where I turn away from a walk with Mizuhara. Gah, I never thought I'd see the day where I'd see him walking away from me and I'd be sad about it. And then he turns around. Why didn't you, when did you get that? Near the beginning. Okay, so let's delve into this a little more. Let's delve into Chizuru getting the blister at the very beginning of this, and she's so hurt she can't fucking walk. She has shit to do the next day. She has shit to do today for her play. Her play's over, but she has shit to go to right after. She also wants to help him move stuff. So think about that. She literally put, like, her career in jeopardy because she fucking hurt herself on this date, and she didn't care. Think about that for a second. For all the motherfuckers who kept saying, oh, she's putting her career over Kazuya. Think about that for a fucking second. Take that in for a goddamn second. Does this sound like someone who's putting her job over the guy, or over him? No. Because she's literally jeopardizing her job by getting hurt on this and not taking care of it. She could have taken care of it. She chose not to. She kept bearing with the pain because she kept telling herself she deserves this pain. That's why she lets herself get hurt here. That's why she's like, no, you put so much effort in, the least I can do is bear with this pain. Think about that for a second. Like, this is not not someone who's not compassionate and doesn't fucking care. But let's keep going. Is it your right foot only? My left foot too. It's not as bad as my right though. Okay, so now it's the dynamic is shifted. They're not just saying the same thing. A blister on both feet. This looks like it really hurt. Did they really go on the whole date with dealing with this? Damn it. I had a blister on my foot. He noticed. I shouldn't have told him, but I said I wouldn't lie, so I'll tell him. Okay? You can literally understand Chizuru's thoughts by hearing Kazuya's thoughts. I can't believe she put up with that. I can't believe he's putting up with me. Why didn't you say anything? because it's not right. You put so much work into everything, it wouldn't be fair to ruin it because of me. Right, okay. So now flip that again. It's not right that I leave her here. I should do something. It makes me so happy. It's not right to just leave her here, just as it's not right that she felt it was not right that she did through all that. That she went through all that. I see. She also got new shoes, huh? So the shoes is important. Some people pointing out the shoes thing. Chizuru got these new shoes specifically for this date so that this would not happen. The opposite of what she intended the shoes to do ended up happening. However, they did do their intended purpose. She got these shoes to get closer to him. And they ultimately did get her closer to him. Now, let's flip the script again. Why did Kazuya get his shoes? Who remembers Kazuya's exact monologues of why he got his shoes? I'll pull it up, since I doubt many of you remember. Okay. Kazuya is going to pick up his shoes. The lady asks him, what are they for? He says, this is a date. Are you okay? Fuck you. If I were to recommend something, I would be these pair of Me 146 Pascal dead stock boots. These are dead stock leather and are made in England. The stitching is very cute and popular with the girls. I see. They're not 506 USD. They're not 506 USD. At best, these were like 300. Right? At best, these are like 300. This is they literally just, I don't know why. So for those just tuning in for the first time here, the K-manga translations are good. But for some god-awful reason, they never do the accurate money conversion between yen and USD. It is so fucking stupid. That's straight up wrong. Straight up. Here, you don't believe me? Let's pull it up. For those that don't fucking believe me. What was it? 500, 600 yen to USD. $348, not $506. So no, Kazuya did not drop $506 on the shoes. And understand this might have gone up, or actually has it gone down? Huh. It might have gone down and up and down and up. Whatever. Let's just say it was 340. Kazuya spent like $340 on the shoes. That is a lot. However, let's look at his logic a little bit. I'm saving money on rent by living together. She might get upset with me and think I'm an irresponsible spender. What's the point in buying something so expensive? I could never see myself marrying you. Don't waste your fucking money. But shoes can last a lifetime, or at least a single pair can last many years. So maybe it's not all that expensive. What is this? Dr. Martin's shoes are good quality too. Okay. Kazuya takes off his old shoes. Wow, these are run down. I've worn a hole right through the soil. Well, I'm not too surprised. I bought these before the film shoot because they were easy to move in. He had these shoes for like over a year. 340 is still insane for shoes. I will go with $50 Skechers, lol. Yes, but there's a reason. There's a reason he spent his money. I want you to bear with me. It is a lot. It is a lot. Do not get me wrong. It is a lot of money. But, one, he didn't spend $500 on fucking shoes. That's crazy. Two, there is a little more to this. So let's bear with me. The film shoot was fun. It was a lot of hard work, but every day was eventful. At the time, things were frantic with Sayuri-san, but I got closer to Mizuhara thanks to the time we spent together back then. Still, to think I'd be going on a date with her a year later, I never saw that one coming. He looks at these old shoes. No, what am I getting emotional in a shoe store for? I've got to keep my head screwed in straight. The sales lady will be back any minute. This is my chance, though. I'll pull off this date and be a man good enough for Mizuhara, not as a client or producer, but as a man who can support her and now and in the future. It's supposed to rain on the day. I might actually be able to wear these after all. Easy to convince, but he has a point. Now, why did Chizuru buy the shoes? It was raining, and it could have possibly represented her new commitment, just as it represented Kazuya's new commitment. So This line, but as a man who can support her now and in the future. Now let's go to the chapter. What is he doing here? He's supporting her with the shoes that he invested in. These shoes represent his commitment to the future, his investment in the future. And these, what Chizuru says here, the impossible dreams, unrewarded efforts, and unrequited feelings, all of these things are coming true in this moment. All of these things are happening right now. This wasn't the intended use of these shoes. This wasn't how Kazuya imagined he would use these shoes. But they still ended up being used in the way he thought of, just not how he imagined it. That's what this is. And it's the same for Chizuru. She's literally holding the shoe right here in her hand. She didn't imagine that the shoe would get her closer like this. But it did. She probably bought these shoes to get closer to him. And they did do that. But not in the way she had hoped. They hurt her first. And then she got this result. This, to me, is kind of the idea of the chapter itself. The contrast between what we wanted and how we imagined and how we imagined we would get it versus how we got it. So this is why this chapter starts this way. We start with this cover spread talking about summer, glimmering times. You're seeing Chizuru be beautiful. It's literally sunny out. It's an amazing time out. And then you get to the chapter and you have an instant contrast. There's an instant contrast between the cover page and what we're going through right now. Summer, radiant, happy, joyous, great, awesome. Chizuru's literally smiling at you. It's a beautiful time. You're with a beautiful girl. Alone, disappointed, confused, unsure. Intentionally, it shows you the night. Intentionally, it shows you the I might be in love. Then Kazuya walking alone, being turned down. So it's just as Chizuru is looking at someone, but she's actually alone here, so too is Kazuya alone in the cover. They're contrasts of each other. But whereas she looks happy, he looks sad. This is the idea of the chapter. This is the idea of the entire chapter. That as we're going through the chapter, we have our expectations of how we expected things to play out. And it didn't play out like that at all. And this is literally represented in Kazuya running into a pole. You go to the last chapter, there's no fucking pole there, right? In the last chapter, when you get to the last page, there's no fucking pole there. Do you see a fucking pole here? Well, actually, wait. There's that one. Wait, is that the same pole? No shot. No shot. No shot. No shot. Oh my god, it is. Oh my god, it is. Okay, the pole was there. The pole was there. We literally just did not see it. The pole is right there, but it's like we literally did not see it. And yes, he runs into that. Okay. No, he literally told us the pole was right there. That's funny. That's funny. So what happens when we see the last chapter? Our immediate thought, Kazuya is going to run into Chizuru. Boom, he runs into a pole. Not how you imagine they would run into each other, is it? Kazuya gets mad and lashes out at a pole. He looks like a jackass. He just hit his face. He's pissed. He has a lot of questions. And then Chizuru shows up. This is also interesting. This is a direct nod to the beginning of the arc itself, but in reverse. What do I mean? How do they meet right when the date starts? Kazuya is waiting out front, and she shows up from behind. Oh. Kazuya is walking, and she shows up from the front. Both were unexpected. But isn't it fitting that the beginning of the arc starts with Chizuru showing up behind Kazuya, and it's beginning to end with Chizuru behind Kazuya again, as they both walk to their destination together. But it's not how they imagined it. They didn't imagine they would get to their destination like this. Again, expectations versus reality. This is perfectly in line with the very beginning of the series and where we currently are. Speaking of which, I did want to share something interesting. If you go to Reiji's Twitter, let me find it. There it is. So Reiji says here, while I'm watching from season 1 in preparation for season 4 of the anime, I realize once again how great Ruka is. So it's clear Reiji's rewatching the anime too, and he's also hinting at him rewatching the story is going to have an influence at how we are at the later portions of the chapters, at 2 upcoming chapters. This is actually something we can see, like I said, in Chizuru's dialogue. Chizuru's dialogue right here, my name is Chizuru Ichinose, I'm an actress, is an intentional nod to the very beginning of the series. Because what do we see at the very beginning of the series? What does good Kazuya say? My name is Kazuya Kinoshita. My name is Chizuru Ichinose. Now, why is Reiji specifically calling back to the very beginning of the series? Simple. Whereas Kazuya's story started out as a dream. He's literally living the dream. I have a girlfriend. Did you hear me? I have a girlfriend. I'm in college. Life is great. You turn the page. You see Chizuru. Not Mommy. You see Chizuru. You turn the page again. Immediately breaks up. Kazuya finds his dream girl not through a dream, but through the hardships and pain of a breakup, the grief of a breakup. That's how he finds Chizuru. He finds her in the cruel reality he finds himself, a cruel reality Kazuya is very aware of. Many people love to present Kazuya as this like optimist who's completely blind. He's a completely blind optimist. This isn't true. Kazuya is very aware of the reality he lives in. He's not just a completely blind optimist, but his optimism is driven by his passion and sense of justice. Kazuya is a person who's very driven by that sense of justice, and he knows how cruel the reality can be, and that's why he chooses to be an optimist. He wants to believe in things, because what the fuck is the point if you don't believe? So, with Chizuru, it's the reverse. Whereas Kazuya finds her through the cruel reality, Chizuru finds him through the dream. She finds him through a dream because she literally just says it. When she's with him, she's inside of a story. So whereas Kazuya is living a dream and that dream is shattered, so his beginning starts with an ending, Chizuru's ending, the happily ever after, if you will, starts with a beginning. It starts with literally her at the end talking about the influence of this night and how it started her new beginning. That it changed her perception of the reality that she lived in. That's the contrast Reiji is striking. Whereas Kazuya started with pain and eventually led to the dream he had thought of, Chizuru started with the dream, and that dream is shattered, and that's how she leads to her new reality. So I think it's kind of like the same, but also the reverse. It's like the same, but the reverse. Because her perception of the cruel reality is shattered, right? Her perception of the cruel reality is shattered, and she finds she finds a dream that she thought couldn't possibly come true. Yeah, I got to think about that like a little more. I'm still like sorting out my thoughts on like this idea of dreams and fantasy and reality and stories. Because like I've ironed out kind of Kazuya's side of it, but Chizuru's side I think needs like a little more for me to iron out, because it's literally like she starts the story with a dream, and that dream will end. Just as she, like, so for example, Kazuya's, we were just talking about it, Kazuya's starts at the beginning. Kazuya starts at the beginning of the story, and at the end of the story, he runs into the new story. She is the new story. Right? So he says, my rueful virgin life begins today. Yeah. The story starts at the end, but it started with an ending. So whereas Kazuya talks about whereas Kazuya experiences an ending at the start and something begins at the end of it, Chizuru experiences an ending first. Yeah, she experiences the breakup before she monologues, and then she monologues at the end, as if that's going to be the new beginning. Their situations are literally kind of reversed. She was dating him, they were dating, and they broke up. That's kind of what happened. The rejection is a breakup. So they broke up, and then after they broke up, they fixed it, and they got back on the right path. That, to me, is what it feels like it's doing, especially considering they coincidentally run into each other at the end of this chapter. They coincidentally run into each other at the beginning of this chapter, or midway through, I would argue. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, they run into each other then, like at the beginning, whereas in this one, they run into each other at the end. It's literally reenacting the first chapter. It's straight up reenacting the first chapter in reverse. That's fucking crazy. It's literally the first fucking chapter in reverse. Wow, that is trippy. That's kind of cool. So how would that be influenced by the second chapter? So you'd play the second chapter in reverse? Okay, so we'd go from the end. Oh, they run into each other again. What does Kazuya's monologue say here? Just like you can't stop until you find an amazing girlfriend. Right now, no matter what, I can't stop doing my job. Just like you can't stop until you find an amazing girlfriend. And again, that smile, she said that see you later and left. Until she finds out about our life, I think my grandmother and I will be very grateful. Even though I was threatening her, she still acted her role until the very end. Are you an idiot? I just have one class tomorrow. So that them running into each other already happened. So maybe it'll be like the reverse of that, where it's like they start next chapter with that idea of coincidences and running into each other randomly, and then it deconstructs the reason she can't quit, all these other stuff, and then we get to the very end where yet again it's about the coincidence. So next chapter is going to focus on that idea of coincidences and fate. That's my guess. All these patterns of coincidences that we keep running into each other, that we keep finding each other randomly, that's kind of my guess. Based on the fact that we're supposedly following the chapters in reverse. And then that could also work because what does Kazuya do in chapter 2 that the anime removes? He seemingly blackmails Chizuru. So now let's flip that. Chizuru probably thinks she's a bad person because of like certain things that she did. Let's flip that on its head. She probably views herself as a bad person. So we can flip Kazuya's script at the very end where he says, even though I threatened her, she still went along and did everything I did. Even though I hurt him, he still went along and did everything I wanted. My God, you can literally piece it together. That's crazy. You can literally piece it together. That's kind of crazy. And then in the very end, they're at home. They get home and they run into each other at their homes at the start of a new day. But if it's playing out in reverse, since this is their walk home, oh, there we go. There we go. Now I'm piecing it together. Since this is the reverse, this is their walk home. So as they're literally walking home, they don't meet at home, they're walking home. And on their walk home, we have Chizuru's this thing that Chizuru does where she has her monologues and she's explaining events from her POV and how she views Kazuya, just as Kazuya literally explains how he views Chizuru. And then you get to the very end where we get to that coincidental meeting and Chizuru runs away from him. But then Chizuru confronts him and gets into a fucking fight. What has been the missing thing? What has been the missing thing from chapter 1 and chapter 2 that we have not seen yet? What is the missing thing that we had, even though chapter 1 played out exactly like this in reverse? What is the missing thing? Oh my god. The rental and the fighting. The rental and the fighting are missing. Bro. I'm so confident about the fight. Well, okay, so to be fair, that's missing, but also Nagomi is missing. Nagomi is not present here either. So it's chapter 1 in reverse, but it doesn't have like certain elements like Nagomi or the rental or the backstory or any of that. These things are just kind of gone, but it is chapter 1 in reverse. So there you go. It's not, to be fair, there are certain things missing, but I think that is intentional because those certain, well, wait, are those things missing? The reason Chizuru turns him down, the reasons she lists are Kibe, Nagomi, and Mami. So these things aren't actually missing. Wow, they're not. They're not actually missing. Nagomi's influence is here. Kibe's influence is here, just as Kibe shows up at the very fucking end of the chapter. Yeah, Kibe shows up at the very end of the chapter. And then Mami is there at the very beginning of the chapter. So all their influences, despite the fact that they're never spoken about at all in this chapter, are here. Their direct influence on the impact of these characters is literally here, but they're never shown. And we even get a fight, but not the fight we had hoped. Kazuya is literally yelling at a pole. Kazuya is literally yelling at a pole. He's not fighting with Chizuru. He's not having any of these questions answered. So wow, literally everything is there. Literally everything is there except for the way we want it to play out. Wow, it's literally reversing it and playing exactly into our expectations and beliefs. That's so cool. Honestly, I thought it was a representation for when the movie arc first started and Chizuru was giving her perspective on dreams and how they aren't necessarily realistic. Chizuru. It is tied to that because Chizuru's beliefs are rooted in the movie arc because the movie arc is what introduced her backstory, and her backstory explains that stuff. So it is directly connected to that. Chizuru told Kazuya the monologue soliloquy thing with cringe, but now she does it true, lol. Not quite. Not quite. She told Kazuya the thing that was cringe at the very end was, you can't rent the real me. After all, a sense of accomplishment is the one thing you can't rent. And they made it like you can't rent the real me. You can't rent something that is real. So, right? So in that sense, you can kind of flip Chizuru's dialogue that what she's experiencing with him is fiction, therefore it's not real. But then it completely uproots her entire beliefs about reality and what reality is like when she is with him. Flip that. Isn't that literally what Kazuya experiences with Chizuru? That he is, that the cruel reality he has can become this fiction if it means he can create this happiness for the people around him, even if it's morally gray in nature. So he acts out of fiction. He acts out of a fake thing And that fake thing eventually leads to a real thing. With Chizuru, it's the reverse. She understands what reality is like, but with him, she feels like she can make that reality into something better. So it's a flip. It's literally a flip of the idea of rental, and Kazuya is the rental boyfriend, even though he's literally the real thing and he actually likes her. When the series ends, it will truly be a dark day. I have a feeling that they'll run into Kazuya's friends, considering we got them in the cover page. We got Kibe at the altar, Curry at the maid cafe. Things are going to repeat, just in my theory. I don't think so. I think Minnie is the only thing they might run into. Anime removed Kazuya blackmailing Chizuru, the secret payment dealings, and the panty incident. The panty incident is completely fine to remove, in my opinion, because that chapter literally almost doesn't fucking matter. The secret payment dealings, yeah, like when Kazuya pays Chizuru and his dad sees, and then he comes to his house after, that one I actually think they should not have removed. They fucking needed that. The blackmail thing, I completely understand why they removed it, but I do think it kind of takes away a little bit from the story without meaning to, because it delves more into the morally gray, and the morally gray is kind of important here. Just from when I woke up today came an idea. I imagine that it could play out like this. When they get home and they might lose it and they kiss him on the cheek and they say thank you, maybe in addition of something they were talking, I'm not sure, but maybe he just kind of breaks, kind of mix of frustration and sadness, tries to hide it, but she doesn't let him. He talks about how disappointed he is to have never connected with her. She always thinks of others, how in general many. I mean, isn't that literally what I was saying? That they aren't, they feel like they're not connecting because they're too focused on other people. So yeah, I mean, I do think there's gonna be some sort of fight that's gonna lead to them kind of opening up. Kazuya, dreams despite practical realism. Chizuru, practical realism despite dreams. Yes. They're literally kind of like the same person in reverse circumstances. That's literally represented in how they run into each other. Their paths are literally crossing. But they don't run into each other. DJ fandom probably had a problem with autocorrect. What if the series essentially repeats, but from Chizuru's POV, not like one-to-one? Until, what do you think about the next 4 chapters? I'm not sure what to expect, honestly. I really don't know what to expect from the next 4 chapters. I do think we're going to get a little bit of Chizuru's POV. We're going to get recontextualization of events. A chapter of Konokam, dear near, doesn't matter. If I never thought I'd say the day those words would leave your lips fade. A chapter of Kanokari does. Dude, the panty chapter literally has no influence on the fucking story. It is kind of called back to in chapter 243, but it literally does nothing for the story. It is actually the definition of a bottle episode. Like literally nothing. Nothing fucking happens. It's like, because it's never acknowledged, it's never brought up again, it doesn't fucking matter. So that chapter is kind of okay to completely skip. Like, there you go. You want a criticism of Rent-A-Girlfriend? That chapter does not fucking matter. It literally doesn't fucking matter. Even with the slight references, there you go. It's a whole panty trilogy. Yeah. It starts with panties and then it goes to be fair, it does kind of matter, but not like directly. Because Kazuya never thinks of it or references it. But it matters in the sense that it's a reference to chapter 243 and chapter 299. During the play school day, we had talked about how Chizuru represents a sort of soft motherly love in Kazuya's life, symbolized by her green dress. Do you think him carrying her has a fatherly meaning? Yeah. Kazuya... So many people compare Kazuya to Chizuru's grandpa. Kazuya isn't just Chizuru's grandpa, he's also Sayuri. Because Chizuru's grandpa introduced Chizuru to the idea of dreams. Kazuya actually got her to the finish line. He is a mix of Sayuri's ideals and Katsuhito's ideals. He is both. He literally, that's why when they first go to the home, he reminds her of Katsuhito, but then he stays in Sayuri's room. He's both of them. He's literally the parental figures of her life. And in a sense, yes, technically the father connection, if you will. But I would say he reminds her of her loved ones. Like more than like, so for example, you could say Chizuru's kind of like Nagomi, except she ain't. She has elements of Nagomi in that she's stern and can be kind of strict, but she's not literally like Nagomi, because Nagomi is part of the fucking problem. And Nagomi realizes she's part of the fucking problem. So Chizuru sees things in Kazuya doesn't see in himself at the start of the series, and Nagomi doesn't see in him either. When they'll eventually spill the beans, I feel like everyone's either going to be not shocked, they kind of knew there will be a mess, disappointment, that they didn't trust them to understand the situation. I don't know what that means. Do you think Mommy will have any role in the future? She will, just not yet. She will, just not yet. Literally, like, not yet. I think Mommy's role will kick into gear kind of after this arc. Okay, I'm going to go to Reddit real fast, and I'm going to read the serious discussions, because those are interesting sometimes. Yeah, that's the serious. Oh, Verkez, first and foremost, hello. Let me get some water first. Ugh. What? Okay. He can't just leave her alone when he knows she's hurt. Chizuru doesn't want him to know. She didn't want to make him take care of her again. We have seen Kazuya reach a place of apathy in this chapter. He will pull himself together to support Chizuru. Yep, Verkez was right. I had my own predictions, but I made the stupid mistake of basing it on someone else's prediction. But I feel like I'm still kind of right, but also kind of wrong. Because like I do think they will get into a fight, and that fight will be based on like how they perceive events versus how the events actually are. So Kazuya thinking of Minnie. So here's the thing. Let's go back real quick before we continue. Reiji already gave us hints at what's going on and what might happen after this. Kazuya starts the chapter pissed and angry. He's yelling at something. And he thinks, I'm so stupid for lashing out. It's a good thing that he yelled at this thing and not at Chizuru, because that would have been worse. Had he yelled at Chizuru, they might have ended up in a worse situation. He shouldn't yell at her. They need to talk, but then yell after. They need to understand what they're yelling about, not just yell. Don't just get mad. Understand why you're mad, right? So it's kind of important that we understand why. So him letting it out here, kind of important. But then this is where Reishi starts setting up the pieces, setting up the seeds. Sorry is what she said. She basically means she can't be with me yet. I kind of forgot to ask for more details. Okay, you need to do that. He's setting up, okay, he's going to have to do that eventually. Does yet mean we could have something later, or is there a chance she might love me in the future? But maybe she was just sugarcoating it. He keeps thinking. He's overthinking. He can't come to an answer on his own. There's no way for him to know on his own. That's the point of this sequence. He can't know the answer on his own. He has to ask. He has to communicate. I mean, she was rejecting me. She probably just said that to lighten the blow. She's a very kind girl, so that would explain it the best. Sorry. It keeps bothering him. I just can't think straight right now. You can't come to this answer on your own. Then he runs into her. How convenient. The one thing you wanted to know and meet and to ask more about, you run into them. How convenient. Now, that's also part of the meta element of the story. Of just like, the characters are in a story. Kazuya is weaving the story. Kazuya is literally creating a fantastical narrative, if you will. So it's like the story is literally presenting him with the thing he wants, but not how he wants it. So he wants to ask, she shows up just as he wants, but he can't do it. So another scenario occurs. The things he missed. He's shown what he missed. Kazuya is here questioning, is there something I missed? Is there something I'm not picking up on? He's shown he missed something. So he acts on that. He puts his feelings aside and he acts on that. So what this is telling us is like, you're missing things. You're not paying attention. You're not seeing the story like you think you're seeing the story. And this is setting up for those questions to be answered. So Reiji puts the seeds of questions being answered for us to come to some sort of conclusion, to figure out why we ended up with this result, and contrary to how the date seemingly presented itself. And then he has Chizuru monologuing, shifting to us like, okay, here's your answers. But you're going to hear it from Chizuru, and eventually Kazuya will hear it too. So once we know, Kazuya has to know eventually. It can't just stay a secret. Kazuya has to know eventually. So that's, to me, what Reiji is setting up. Let's go back to what Verkes was saying. Another short analysis this week. That's fucking short for you, bro. Kazuya runs into Pole while lost in thought. He vents his anger at it. The Pole obviously doesn't care. It's still a welcome outlet for his frustration. He doesn't want to vent it at Chizuru. Yep. Kazuya realizes he didn't ask for details. What she said kind of felt like there was still a chance in the future, but she could have also just wanted to let him down easy. He has too little information to be able to judge it. He will have to eventually ask her about it. So we're in agreement on that. He runs into Chizuru. This is an awkward coincidence. He didn't expect this, and he isn't prepared, right? Preparation. There we go. That's what I think was missing. He's not prepared. This is giving them the time to prepare to say what they want to say. Just as Chizuru was not prepared when she had to make the decision she made at the end. She kept saying, I need to make a choice. I need to make a choice. But that doesn't mean you're prepared. You're forcing yourself to make a choice. You're not making it because you want to. You're making it because you think you have to. At the trajectory of this chapter, it looks like the fight idea is reduced to a blunt conversation for now. I think there'll be a fight. I'm still pretty confident about that. She could not have wanted to run into him, otherwise she wouldn't have told him to go home ahead. He tries to be considerate and leave, but he notices that Chizuru is acting strangely. They stop by a nearby park, and Chizuru takes off her shoes. She reveals that she got a blister on both feet almost since the beginning of the date. Kazuya wonders why she put up with that and asks why she didn't say anything. She tells him that she didn't want to ruin the date he put so much effort into. Oh my god. Unrewarded effort. Impossible dreams. Unrequited love. Unrequited feelings. She wanted to reward his efforts just as he rewarded hers. She's literally trying to be what he was for her. She's literally trying to be what he was for her, but that's kind of missing the point. She's kind of missing the point of love. You shouldn't have to be that. Damn. She hid her pain perfectly. Kazuya didn't notice a thing. The wounds are proof that she endured the pain during the date for his sake. This makes Kazuya happy. It means the date was more important to her than her own well-being. He doesn't care that she rejected him. He offers to carry her home on his back. Chizuru tries to refuse, but Kazuya insists. He can't stand seeing her in pain, especially now that he knows she endured it for him. Chizuru gets on. She hugs him tightly from behind while he carries her legs with his arms. This is probably the closest they have ever been. It is also the first time Kazuya actually deliberately touches and holds her. He didn't reciprocate the hug at the dream date, and he didn't hug her when she cried. Now he holds her close to him when she holds on to him even more closely. The end of the chapter with a narration from Chizuru, she tells us that she used to think that books and movies were just lies. It is spelled fiction, and the world is just full of hardships. Her grandfather was a dreamer, but Chizuru had almost stopped believing his words that dreams could come true. Then she met Kazuya, and he actually made her dream come true. This still feels unreal to Chizuru. She says that it has always felt like that she was inside a story when she was with him. What next? The teaser for next time is absolutely not. Those are the words Chizuru used when she told Kazuya at the end of the date, and that she thought she was absolutely not allowed to fall in love with the client. Those will probably still be Chizuru's words. She might say or think that she absolutely cannot allow herself to burden Kazuya further. No. This is a little inaccurate, so let's correct this a little bit. I hope Verka sees this at some point, but let's correct it real quick. In chapter 231, which is what he's referring to, she does not say this, Not exactly. She says something close. So he's referring to this because I shouldn't fall in love with a client. She uses the word dame, um, which is not allowed to. Like she's not allowed to, right? But absolutely not is zaredame. So I absolutely cannot. She doesn't say that here. Do you know where she does say it? We said this in the last stream. Where she does say absolutely not, is actually in a different place with something that hits a little bit more poignantly. And it's in chapter. It's in chapter 379. Right here. As a rental girlfriend, I always thought that it was wrong to fall in love with a client. It's obviously against the terms. Most of all, I never thought I absolutely I could not allow myself to be someone's girlfriend. It's not just about the client. She literally says I absolutely cannot be someone's girlfriend. That's a little more intense than that it was wrong to fall in love with a client. That I shouldn't fall in love with a client. Like it's literally like that line dialed up to 11. So it's even more intense. A fight is a long way to go, guys. As rent a girlfriend, bro. Just why are you all like this? Why are you all like this? Ay ay ay. Ay ay ay. Let people hope a little bit. Jesus. No, I actually think we're gonna get a fight soon. Like Reiji's clearly setting up for a fight. Like the past things we're seeing is clearly setting up for a fight. It's gonna happen. We're gonna have some sort of conflict between the two characters that will help them clear things up. He's set up a fight for a while now. This is like literally the perfect time to have a fight. Not only clients, no one she's working with as a rental girl. No one until she's not working as a rental girlfriend. But like something about this seems like a little more intense than just being a rental girlfriend. I absolutely, like, most of all, I never thought I could allow myself to be someone's girlfriend. Like, that line out of context, like, just feels more intense than just a rental girlfriend. Like, there's more to this. And the absolutely not Zaredame adds to that. Like, what the fuck? This line is really intense. I bet a fight would not take place until she expresses herself, actually. No, because that's the point of the fight, to express yourself, to let it all out. Most fights occur because we're not actually being clear about what we want, and we're not understanding each other clearly. That's why most fights occur, right? Sometimes it's a clash of ideals. Sometimes it's a clash of values, like. And even then, that's built on the fact that maybe we don't understand the other person's values and ideals like we thought we did. So it's literally built on the fact of letting it all out. So not quite. But I do think let's see. Yeah, it's not about being a rental. She says obviously the terms, most of all, separately. Yeah, it's separate. So the absolutely not is about that, not falling in love with a client. There's more to that. Those will probably be okay. For the introduction to Chizuru as a narrator, from the introduction of Chizuru as a narrator, it's pretty likely that at least the next chapters will be from her perspective. We might either get a flashback to what she was thinking during the date, or might get some inner monologues while she's being carried by Kazuya. We will learn how she sees Kazuya from the idea of being inside a story, so we can guess that her story needs a hero, and the hero certainly is Kazuya. He always saved her, he always gives her hope, and he never lets her down. I don't know if... That's weird. It's a little weird. I don't know about that. The story needs a hero. But rather, stories always have a hero. And Kazuya just happens to be the hero of her story. But she doesn't view herself as the princess in this story. Or maybe she's being positioned as, like, here, I think the best way I can present it to you that I think might inform some of our thoughts here is chapter 270, I think. Or 271, sorry. 271. You got to kind of pay attention to what Chizuru says here. Chizuru asks Kazuya about her play, and she wanted to hear his thoughts. He just says, it was great, really, really great, but you were the best out there, to me at least. You were brilliant. Okay. Listen to what Chizuru says. That means there's still a room for improvement, and the side role is only worth its salt if it's able to prop up the main role. What role does Chizuru play in this play? She's the support. She's the best friend of the main character. She's not the main character of her own story. She's not the princess. She's not the person he's supposed to fall in love with. So she needs to work hard to eventually become the main role, because she is not that. She doesn't view herself as the main role. Okay? This is important to the miscommunication between the two of them. Whereas Kazuya tells her, you were the best out there, she views herself as only the second best, and that she's only the side role. That she needs to become the main role. So in that sense, if she is the princess in Kazuya's hero story, then she has not reached that point of actually being the princess, despite the fact that Nagomi literally calls her a princess. So it's like these elements are kind of core here, that Chizuru feels like she's not at that point, that she needs to reach that point. She's not a princess, she needs to become one. But that is a mistake. That is a misunderstanding. I have said this before. Kazuya looks very confident and strong to Chizuru. Look at him right now. He literally carries her, and he figuratively also carries all of the burden she represents on his back. And he claims that she isn't too heavy for him. He would take any hardship upon himself if it was for Chizuru's sake. He might even give his life for it if it was necessary. A true hero. He seems completely selfless. He treats Chizuru like a princess. Nagomi literally calls her a princess. But Chizuru herself said that about Kazuya in chapter 360. Wait, what? Oh, wait, did Chizuru call him a hero in chapter 360, or what? Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Did Kazuya call her a princess? What am I doing? Oh, wow. Now that we're reading this chapter, there's another way we could interpret this. Kazuya is so worried about bothering her in a physical way, and look at how she reacts about the physical element that Kazuya drank from her cup, that when the context of Chizuru wants to be physically touched by him, and Kazuya seems like he's not, happy about that, and it flips the script now. God, that theory keeps getting confirmed true every time. I love it. I love it. Chizuru wants physical contact. Kazuya drank from her cup, so she reacts that he drank from her cup. And she laughs and she smiles. My God. My God. She laughed about it. It's funny. It's just so funny. He makes her laugh. Mizuhara's smile melting the tension away. Mizuhara, sorry, I should have seen the face look that way. Okay. I feel like I'm relying Mizuhara's kindness way too much. Yep, we're back to the order. Drinking her water was a big mistake, and it made her laugh more than anything. Huh? I love her so much. I should pay the bill right now. What is this? This is my one and only option. Fuck you, Minnie. Not having a rental girlfriend fee here feels like some kind of bug. She's back. You should get going. You paid for the candy. It's expensive. It's okay. I figured this might happen. I fucking love his face. How about I pay for this? You can treat me some ice cream later. See, this is the win-win. I saw that on social media. She knows about it. The treat of some ice cream method. Our series. It's a freaking lame parroting some ice cream. Blah, 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 blah. I'm not saying that I dislike it. Neither am I saying I dislike you trying to look, or that, you want to treat me like a Shit. We need to reread this arc. Oh my god. Shit. It was there all along. It was there all along. He's treating her like a fucking princess. Oh my god. And it's driving her crazy because she doesn't view herself as a princess. And literally, what does she say later? Actually, let's finish reading this. Let's finish reading this. But this date isn't just a date for you. It's not a rental date. This date's for me too. So let's split it. Okay. Okay. We gotta go. Is it 369? No. Although there is something to notice about 369 that I do want to point out. Chizuru says the but here about not doubting Kazuya's feelings, but she doubts her own. Now look at this. Look at this very carefully. She's investigating over here. She doesn't actually see him, but where is her hand? At his heart. And then the ass is the big distraction. She's literally on top of him, but she doesn't see him. Good God. Good God. Okay. But no. I want to point out something that builds on what we just said. I think it's 370. Yeah, I think it's 370. Okay. Kazuya tells Chizuru that you're cute. Do you say that kind of stuff to Rikuchan too? It's not genuine. Right? The genuineness of Kazuya calling her cute is not conveyed to Chizuru anymore. That's kind of lost now. The meaning of that is lost. This is what this was telling us. Kazuya literally can't call her cute. Because now every time he does, there's that doubt. Do you actually mean it? I'm not saying that I dislike it or anything. Doesn't this sound familiar? I'm not saying I dislike it or anything. Ruka-chan is cute and you were together for a year and a half. It's only natural. I mean, I guess you could say that. Everyone looks to the boyfriend to shower his girlfriend with compliments all the time, as if nothing else matters as long as the girl is loved. Like she's a fucking princess. Like she's in a story. That's what society seems to think, but I hate that. Don't you think so? Someone is loved because someone is there to love them. If love is something meant to be built, then it's not fair unless both sides work on it together. I don't know what love is, but the only people who have the right to be loved are those capable of giving love themselves. If she is a princess and she cannot give love, she's not an actual princess. Therefore, he shouldn't be treating her like a princess. I'd rather be someone who can give lots of love than someone who takes all of it. And what happens in this chapter? She's getting all of his love and she can't give anything back. In fact, she literally just rejected him. Damn. Self-fulfilling prophecy. The problem with Chizuru is that she's a prideful narcissist who admits her securities and vulnerabilities to Kazuya, that she was always... Okay, so you're getting banned. Have a nice day. Prideful narcissist. Prideful narcissist. You read this chapter and you see her put up with her foot injury for an entire fucking day for him, and you're coming here and tell me she's a prideful narcissist. Bitch, you are a misogynist idiot. You are an ignorant dipshit. Bruh. Oh, and for anyone who asks, why did you ban that guy? Bitch, this ain't a democracy. This is my goddamn channel. Okay, where were we? Shit, lost track of what I was thinking. Yeah, back to Veracruz. Back to Veracruz. I think that's the best thing we can do for now. I have said this. Yeah, Kazuya looks very confident, a true hero. He seems completely selfless. He treats Chizuru like a princess, and Chizuru said that in chapter 360. The hero will do anything for his princess. But Chizuru doesn't feel like a princess. It feels fake to her. She might have given Kazuya the impression, but that is just an illusion. She doesn't feel worthy to be a princess. She once told Kazuya that he was seeing an idealized version of her. She's not like that. The hero should fight for someone who's actually worthy. She can't give him anything. She especially feels like she's unable to return the selfless love he always shows her. Her feelings are entirely selfish, even now. She's incredibly happy that he's carrying her, and she feels incredibly bad about it at the same time. Since he insisted, she will indulge and enjoy this for now, but she must not burden Kazuya longer than necessary. Still, it wouldn't be so bad if Kazuya took his time to get home. It is clear that Chizuru doesn't want to let go of Kazuya. She feels like she has to let go of him because she is preventing him from being truly happy. He is looking for true love, and she feels like she can't provide him that. Again, her feelings are entirely selfish, while Kazuya's are entirely selfless. But Chizuru doesn't realize that her image of Kazuya as a hero is also an illusion, just like the princess. Chizuru can't see how much she hurt Kazuya because a hero doesn't feel pain. I don't know about that one. She knows Kazuya is hurt. She knows. No. I don't agree with this. She knows Kazuya is hurt. She knows he's not okay, and he never shows it. She sees that all throughout the cohabitation saga. I don't agree with this interpretation. She sees all throughout the cohabitation saga how hurt he is, how much effort he put in, how much he fucking cares. Like Kazuya keeps persevering despite the fact that she hurt him for 3 months. No, she knows. She knows. I don't agree with that. But she doesn't see certain aspects of him, just as Kazuya doesn't see certain aspects of her. She doesn't see his desires, some of his anxieties. She sees certain things, but she doesn't see others. Just as Kazuya sees certain things about Chizuru, but does not see others. She can't see how his anxiety is paralyzing him because a hero doesn't know fear. She can't see how much Kazuya struggles because a hero is strong. She can't see how insecure Kazuya is because a hero is confident. I think this is both true and false. Chizuru kind of knows, but also doesn't know. Chizuru just doesn't know how Kazuya... It's a little hard to describe. She literally just doesn't know Kazuya's insecurities, like his deepest insecurities. She only knows like what Kazuya transformed into. But those insecurities that she saw before, she feels like those are gone because of love, where she still has her own. Chizuru needs to realize that Kazuya isn't a hero, just like she isn't a princess. While Kazuya has slowly deconstructed his image of Chizuru as a goddess, she hasn't had the opportunity to do the same with her image of him as a hero. She'll probably learn about this image next chapter. I hope this will make Chizuru's rejection a bit more understandable. I still predict that they will fight when they get home. My analysis of the investigation arc still holds, and I will still stand by the general outline of what will happen next. Countdown, I'm telling you, it will be Minnie who's going to move out tomorrow. Dude, if Minnie moves out, it'd be so fucking funny. Maybe she moves out to a tone, but I don't know. I think they'll have her stay. They'll have her stay. You mentioned possibly going into her point of view. I wonder if we'll see Kazuya's new light perspective instead of the usually seen him like scared, as opposed to what others see him as. Chizuru probably does see him as dependable, confident, and the facial expression he makes are sure just for comedy relief, when in reality he's truly just a normal dude on the outside. We see him as a bit of a loser thanks to his perspective, insecurities, thoughts, but to Chizuru, she probably sees him as a hero of her story. Would be nice change of pace to actually see him a brand new perspective and in more of a favorable way. This is something I definitely like to see. Yeah, in the Sumi spinoff, we get to see Kazuya and Sumi's first day through her eyes, and he definitely seemed more secure and decisive than he feels in the internal monologue. I see the fight, but I also see Minnie being involved in this. Yeah, I'm kind of starting to see that too. I'm kind of starting to see that Minnie may be part of the fight. Before she does, I'll show right now Chizuru basically saying what we've been thinking all this time. Minnie is like us. Unlike Kazuya, who trusts Chizuru completely even though she just rejected him, Minnie will probably accuse Chizuru. To her, it is clear Chizuru's fault because Kazuya didn't do anything wrong. Rejecting him after a date like that, when she gave the impression that she wasn't against a relationship, is just cruel, and Minnie will tell it to Chizuru like that. Whatever Chizuru claims will just sound like an excuse to Minnie. Even if Chizuru still wasn't sure if she loved Kazuya, she could have just tried it and figured out her feelings later. Minnie can see no good reason why a rejection was necessary. In her eyes, Chizuru should have just given Kazuya the win because he deserved it. Damn, he's kind of right though. he kind of right though. But by the time Minnie comes home tomorrow, they'll probably have figured out that Minnie was largely responsible for creating the key misunderstandings that ultimately led to the rejection. If Minnie tries to defend Kazuya in his stead again, when that was the very cause that led to the misunderstandings, they will both tell her that she has to go. I don't know. I think they'll just call her out. I feel like that's too cruel. They like Minnie, but they'll just get upset at her and be like, no, you're a dipshit. I think it'll be more of a funny joke. It'll be more of a funny joke that Minnie's a fucking idiot and that she's completely misunderstanding everything. But I don't think they'll kick her out. That doesn't feel right. Kazuya doesn't need her help, and he won't let her accuse Chizuru. That is true. He will say that. Chizuru can just agree with Kazuya, but she'll also feel very frustrated to be unfairly accused when the one accusing her is partially responsible for all this and even profited herself from the very misunderstanding she caused. It was not Minnie's intention to be a hindrance. She actually tried to help. They won't really hold that against her. They won't accuse her, and they won't just throw her out. They will give her Kazuya's new apartment, and they will pay for the move. This is very generous. Minnie can't complain. I could see that. But I don't think so. Minnie's part of the family, dude. And family fights, and they argue, and they get mad. And I genuinely think Minnie will be part of a fight with them. So no, I don't see them kicking Minnie out. No, that's not family. You don't do that. I don't think so. That's the one thing there's a few things I kind of disagree with about Verka's views, and that's kind of one of them. I don't agree that they'll have Minnie out. The key to breaking her illusion may be a conversation they have on the way home. The rejection frees them to be more honest. Yeah, I said this too. There are no more points to score, and without having to see her reaction because she is on the back, you can definitely see Kazuya opening up more. Yeah, that's a big thing too. Have you noticed how they can communicate better when they're not looking at each other? So for instance, chapter 244, when they talk through text, because they're not actually with the other person. Whenever they say certain things about that stuff, they're not looking at each other. Whenever they're being honest about certain things, they're not looking at each other. So, yeah, I think that's a big. On second thought, go ahead and read my comments on YouTube. I don't care. Is that to me? Is that for me? That's funny. Reaction free. Okay. There are more points to score without having to say her reaction because she is on the back. She can definitely see Kazuya open up more. Plus, any more reaction they may have been able to hide verbally will be felt via the physical connection. If they actually had an honest conversation on the way home, breaking the illusion could happen, but I doubt that it will. Kazuya still doesn't want to make Chizuru hate him or make her think he is a creep. I think that's kind of gone at this point. So he wouldn't just be open about himself. With how Chizuru worded her rejection, he also wasn't completely given up hope that she might be open to a relationship in the future. So it wouldn't be a good idea to burn bridges now until he's gotten confirmation that there's no chance anymore. I don't know. It's a little hard. I have written an entire article about how Chizuru didn't realize how much she hurt him with the ghosting. I think Chizuru knows more than you think, and I've been very adamant about how much Chizuru has hurt Kazuya because most of the cohabitation saga is her trying to atone for how much she's hurt him and how much she believes she's hurt him. But in so doing, she's hurting him in other ways. That's pretty much it, in my opinion. Chizuru knows how much she's hurt him, but she's also not completely aware of everything, so she's hurting him in other ways without realizing, just as Kazuya is hurting her without realizing. Chizuru, on the other hand, also won't be able to open up her desire to be with Kazuya because he would just sacrifice himself to give her what she wants. She just made the decision to set him free. She can't just say anything now that would trap him again. Still, an intimate moment of closeness here will be something they both treasure, even if they don't reach an understanding right now. They might realize they both enjoy being like this. They can feel that their partner is not against it. Chizuru can feel Kazuya holding her close, and he can feel her hugging him tightly. This is a truth. It contradicts their current impression of each other, so it might later become a spark to actually change the impression. Okay. Yeah, I could see that. There's also the chance that things escalate without a conversation. They get home and one of them both simply refuses to go. Well, I think the conversation is more important. I could see a silent agreement to put it off until the morning after. I think Minnie's going to cause a stir. Maybe Minnie will be the source of the fight. Considering Minnie was also the source of the fight at the start. Let's think about that for a second. What was the source of Kazuya and Chizuru's fighting at the start of the series? What was the center of it all? Everyone else. And what was their biggest fight that they had at or very early on? What was the biggest fight Kazuya and Chizuru had early on? Pretty sure it happens in chapter 3. Or no, not chapter 3. Chapter 3 is Grandma Nagomi. So chapter 5. Mommy. Chapter 5 was Mommy. And what did we say Minnie's current role is in the story? She's Mommy. She's the reverse of Mommy. So just as Mommy goes after Kazuya here and says terrible shit about Kazuya to Chizuru to change Chizuru's impression of Kazuya, wouldn't it make sense for Minnie to do the same thing to Chizuru, to change Kazuya's perception of Chizuru? And Kazuya stands up for Chizuru, and Chizuru, maybe Chizuru does what Kazuya does here. Or maybe it's the reverse. Wow. This is hard to tell. Yeah, this is hard to predict, but considering we're playing out from the first chapter again, like I said, that would mean Chizuru would fall in love with Kazuya at the summer. Very much nodding back to Hawaiians. Huh. So maybe there's still time then. I mean, if we're following this pattern, Reiji could subvert this pattern. It's kind of hard to predict. What if Minnie decides to move out by choice? Yeah, that could be it. Kazuya is honest about texting his thoughts with Chizuru. Yeah. Also, Kazuya hides stuff from Ruka while texting. If this happens, doubtful. Minnie's the type to just say my mission is done, give a grin, wink, and move out. I don't know. I feel like they shouldn't move out. And like we know, but they might get that result in the way they didn't expect. Let's also not forget Chizuru still has the little thing that she's yet to use. Wow, this is actually kind of getting harder to predict. Funny that when the text they used the emote for no reason. It was about her job. I honestly praying that the condom somehow falls out and Chizuru sees it and realizes Kazuya's true intentions and hopes. Yeah. We almost want that to happen, don't we? The aquarium date technically first and second chapter. No. No, it's not. No, it's not. That's episode 1 because episode 1 combines the two. But no, it's technically not. I guess if we go by that logic, if we go by the anime logic, so we would skip episode 2 and we'd get to episode 3. How does episode 3 end? will act as a couple treading over a wobbly bridge. Oh my a bridge. A bridge. Really? A bridge. Really? Okay, maybe you're onto something. Maybe we really should have skipped chapter 2. Considering chapter 2 is reenacting it. Oh my god. Okay. This is how our affair started. The temporary method of renting will act as a couple treading over a wobbly bridge. Now it'll be the reverse. Rather than a wobbly bridge, it's a solid one. And they'll actually be... Oh my god. Stop. Stop giving me hope. Stop making me like not know what to think. Oh my god. Yeah, whereas Chizuru helped him out back then, here's Kazuya helping her out now. Yeah, I don't... It's hard to predict, dude. Hard to predict. Yeah, the next chapter is so unpredictable. The only thing we can probably guess is we might figure out more from Chizuru's POV. That's the only thing. We can figure out a little more from Chizuru's POV. And the absolutely not could be Kazuya telling her you're absolutely not a burden. But bro, that's crazy. That's crazy. Chapter 4, they run into Kibe, so they might run into... Oh my god. Stereotype condom drop. They're fumbling for their keys in their bags. The single condom falls out of Kazuya's bag. A ribbon of them falls out of Chizuru. I could see that. They get home and they drop that. That would be funny. Yeah, they reach for their keys. They drop their wallet. The condom falls out. To be fair, that would be very intentionally stereotypical good stuff. But the thing is, I could see Chizuru trying to assume it's with Ruka, but that wouldn't make any sense. And then depending on how Kazuya acts and what he does. Oh, okay. So I think the fight will be with Minnie then. The fight won't be between Kazuya and Chizuru. Maybe the fight will be with Minnie. And then Minnie is at the center of the fight, which would make a lot of sense. It would make a lot of sense for Minnie to be at the center of the fight. And considering Reishi does actually nod to the Izakaya in chapter 200 and where is it? Right here. Come on. So if you remember at the Izakaya, with Mommy, this is literally what it looked like with Mommy. So we had that sequence play out with Mommy. It's literally the same. The difference is Chizuru actually wanted to kiss him, whereas Mommy didn't. So we already got callbacks to that. We already got mentions to that. And Minnie was at the center of that fight, just like Mommy was. But it's actually about Chizuru. This is actually quite hard to predict. Would he reenact this, but like at home? In their own home with Minnie? And Minnie has been picking a lot of fights with Chizuru. This is actually really hard to fucking predict. Oh my god, it's part 6. You son of a gun. You son of a gun. Chapter 6 is when the Mommy thing happens. I can't believe this man. I cannot believe this man. Okay. Let's see. The key thing is geniuses. I'll have a feeling that something good will happen. Yeah, I think something good's gonna happen. Where this is the one thing I can feel confident about. This entire sequence with Chizuru right here is trying to make us hopeful. He's trying to make us hopeful. He wants us to hope. He wants us to believe in something good, but he's not going to tell us what it is. He wants us to be hopeful. He wants us to believe in something good, but he's not going to tell us what it is. So, he wants us to be hopeful about this. That means this walk home is so important. It's going to change everything. So that's the one thing I can definitely say with confidence, that this walk home will change everything. Okay. What if Chizuru also has one, a condom? Oh wow, yeah, that would be interesting. What if the key theory is true and they both have a condom? That would be funny. Kazuya sent a message to Minnie. Maybe Chizuru will not like that. Well, that's not surprising. He always tells Minnie everything. Look, they both want it. I imagine they're both prepared. Yeah, could see Minnie back home waiting to read Chizuru. Ready to read Chizuru to filth? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Would you say that Chizuru is hyped for the date the entire time for something ultra intimate? Yeah. Chizuru really wants to succeed in the date. She's under the illusion that she needs to do the right thing to like get the romance, right? To get the thing she wants. But that in itself is an illusion. It's an error in judgment. Verbal murder. Yeah, Kazuya would verbally murder Minnie if she fucking did that. He'd fucking hate her. Like, bro, Kazuya would fucking hate Minnie. But that's the thing. This is where I kind of disagree. Minnie, by this point, calls Chizuru by her name. She says Chizuru. They're like fucking sisters. So it feels very not Minnie to assume all these terrible things about Chizuru. It doesn't feel like Minnie anymore, because Minnie knows better. And I think she'll be mad at Chizuru for not being honest. That there's clearly something else there, and she's not being honest with herself. I could see that happening. I don't see Minnie like actually accosting Chizuru and just saying you're a terrible person, because she is not mommy. She is not like she was initially, right? Like I've said this before. Minnie was initially like this. In the chapter we were talking about earlier, like chapter 251, Minnie was like this. Minnie here was exactly like this. But after this point, when we get to chapter 344, Minnie is not like this. She changed her POV. Minnie doesn't talk about Chizuru like this anymore. They're like sisters. She literally took her to cosplay with her. She talks to her at home every day. She literally lives with Chizuru. So that doesn't seem like Minnie to me. Like when I think about it, that really doesn't seem like Minnie to me, that she would do that. She would always side with Kazuya, yes. She always will. She'll always side with Kazuya. But it doesn't feel like Minnie to accuse Chizuru of all these things, even though she has these thoughts. There's a possibility that she's discreetly turning you down like a sly woman, but she gave off a positive vibe by saying she'd do research. Minnie has these doubts too. She thinks this stuff too. But I don't think Chizuru-san's that kind of girl. So she contradicts herself. She knows better. So I think that's the kicker here. That's kind of the important bit here. Minnie has these thoughts in the back of her head, but she knows better. She knows Chizuru better by this point. So she should know something is wrong. And if Minnie doesn't, then that would be like, Kazuya will be like, how can you not see that, right? I think that's where Kazuya will call her out. But that's why I don't think they'll kick Minnie out. I really don't think so. I'm very adamant they're not going to kick Minnie out. They're family, right? I actually think they might all stay together. Or at the very least, Minnie might stay, and she'll get Chizuru to get Kazuya back. She'll get him to come back, right? Don't move, don't leave. She'll get him to stay somehow. But I hope they don't leave at all. I hope Kazuya doesn't even leave at all. But yeah, I'm pretty adamant. Like, I don't think Minnie would think that kind of stuff, even though it's in the back of her head, like Kazuya, because she's kind of been like, she's joined the Chizuru cult. She kind of knows, right? She kind of knows that Chizuru actually isn't like this. But she's so focused on being on Kazuya's side, she might make an issue, right? I think that Chekhov's condom is a misdirection. Chizuru is the one who will have the condom, and Kazuya will later give her the ring. The typical depiction in the story will get interchanged. The setup is here. The ring has been returned to him. Yeah, I mean, we did say proposal. That was part of our theory. Fight, kiss, propose, sex. So if all four of these things happen, even if they're not in the order I'm imagining, they still happen, and I was right. This is why she won't understand why Chizuru rejected Kazuya. Yeah. Yeah, and that's why, I think that's why Minnie will be confused and pissed. She'll literally think the same thing as Kazuya. What the fuck was all that? I'm so confused. What are you doing? Like, I could see that. I could see that reaction. Chizuru, what the fuck are you doing? I'm so confused. I don't understand. And maybe Minnie will be the one who points out to Chizuru, yo, he's actually horny as fuck for you. And the fact that you don't see that is badonkers. That could be it. Next, Kazuya will do a Kyoro and ask Chizuru if he wants the ring, family ring, or the rings. I don't know what that means. We'll agree that Chizuru loves Kazuya, right? Yeah, that's pretty fucking obvious. Minnie is an unintentional obstacle, not an intentional one, so I don't think we should be dooming. I agree. I agree. Minnie is not an intentional obstacle. I don't think they'll remove her from the house. Minnie should know better, but she is also the one who sowed the seeds of doubt in Kazuya. Why did she even tell Kazuya about that in the beginning? What, you mean this? Because she has that in the back of her head. Like, Minnie keeps having doubts. Minnie is not sure, because she also doesn't have a clear answer, but she knows better. It's literally the same thing as Kazuya. She literally mirrors Kazuya in this arc. She's literally in his place. Kazuya is the rental boyfriend and she is the client. She literally gets to be in Kazuya's place. That's why. That's literally why. Minnie is literally in Kazuya's place, and so she literally feels the same exact doubts. He tells her everything, they share things, so she feels his doubts. And I doubt Chizuru completely opens up to Minnie. So Minnie feels the same doubts as Kazuya, even though she's kind of started to know better. That there is something more there. And the fact that Minnie is also still kind of a shipper, it means Chizuru's also still, it means Minnie is still also kind of under the illusion. Minnie is also still somewhat under the illusion of how they should be interacting, or how she wants it all to go. So maybe by the end of this, maybe what I could see is Kazuya and Chizuru will agree to date. Maybe. I think that's maybe where we could go. They'll agree to date, like how we were talking in chapter 3, they come to an agreement on a wobbly bridge. We'll act as a couple, so now we'll actually try to be a couple. We'll date. Maybe that's where it could all go. By the end of this, we'll date. And we'll be on this weird wobbly bridge together. And as they're dating, they're still figuring shit out. So they'll do what Minnie said. They'll date. But I also think there should be a kiss by the end of this. So just as we didn't get the kiss, we didn't get all the things we wanted the way we wanted them, I could see a kiss happening in the way we didn't expect it to happen. So like, they kiss and make out and sex afterwards, because after a rejection. Which is weird. That's not how you would fucking imagine it. Just as, how did this date start? How did we start this date? This date did not start happy, mind you. Like, the way we start this date is not fucking happy. We start this date negative, and then it becomes positive. So naturally, the end of the date starts negative and then becomes positive afterwards. I think that's the idea. It's always been the consistent idea. That's how the series starts. The series starts with something negative that eventually turns positive. Like, it starts with grief and tragedy and a shitty breakup, and then it starts to become more positives. So I could see that, like, this walk is going to be important. Considering the walk Chapter 383, next chapter, part 32. That's what it is, right? Yeah, part 32, chapter 383 is going to be pretty important. That's 2 of Kazuya's numbers plus growth. So, oh my god, 383. Okay, here's my bet. Bear with me. Kazuya's number is 3, Minnie's number is 8, Chizuru's number is 4. Chapter 384, Minnie's going to show up. And she's going to be literally in between them. I'm calling it. That's my bet. Chapter 384, Minnie is going to show up. She's going to be literally in between them. It's going to be part 33, which is going to be like a super lucky number. Just saying it. That's my bet. Yeah. And considering 8 is the number of growth and change, they reset it first, which is 380. They have a big reset. And then that's when the change starts to begin. We start with step 1 last chapter. Now we're in step 2. Literally both of Kazuya taking steps. And next chapter is step 3. Kazuya didn't have these doubts before. He already knew. Okay, but Verkas, think of it like this. Why are we blaming Minnie for her past actions when Kazuya and Chizuru like don't blame each other for their past actions? Yeah, Minnie was wrong. Don't get me wrong. But she's not that anymore. So why the fuck are we still blaming Minnie for the mistakes she made? Why are we judging Minnie by her mistakes? She's learning. She's still a dumb kid too. She's literally their kid. She's younger than both of them. She's an idiot. So I don't like the idea of continuously blaming Minnie for all of this. Like I don't like. Yes, Minnie made a mistake. She's part of the fucking problem. But that doesn't mean you just get rid of her because she caused some issues. Like, she's also the reason they got back together. She's both. She's both a wing woman and the problem. She's both an unintentional obstacle and the wing woman. She caused a lot of these misunderstandings, especially during the date itself. Like, right? So I could see them having like a 3-way fight, like just fucking losing it at each other. But yeah. He already knew Chizuru better. He had seen her very clearly at her childhood home, and Kazuya doesn't understand Sigma, and Minnie gives him doubts. Yes, because Minnie had doubts too, but Kazuya didn't believe in these doubts. He just, well, okay, he took them a little bit to heart. Anyways, you think they're heading home or somewhere else? I think they're on their way home and something might change. Are Japanese the superstitious with numbers? Yeah. Well, like, the numbers have meaning and Reiji nods to these meanings a lot. It's not subtle. So, for instance, I've told you guys before, 4 means death. 4 can be read like the word for death. And it is literally on Chizuru's room number. It is on Sayuri's room number in the hospital when she's passing away, which, by the way, hospitals in Japan don't have number 4. So the fact that Reiji intentionally put Chizuru's room number over Sayuri's room in a hospital that should not have this number is telling of the fact that Sayuri was going to die, and it represents the death following Chizuru's life. Kazuya's number is 3 because it's a super lucky number. What does Kazuya constantly have in the story? He has a lot of good luck in contrast to Chizuru's bad luck. Their number together makes 7, which is considered the luckiest number. See what I mean? Mommy's number is 7 as a contrast to her actual life, where she's presented as you know, she's super lucky. She literally has everything, but her life kind of blows. It's so frustrating. Here I am watching yesterday's video for the 3rd time already, and it turns out there's an hour and a half of new, fresh content out now. Something really weird is going on with the notification. Sorry. I don't know what I can tell you, buddy. Maybe by the end of chapter 384, Minnie will show up, because it wouldn't surprise me if the walk home is more than one chapter. Maybe they reach home by the next chapter. Maybe they reach home and they find some sort of resolution. I just know next chapter is going to be important. I can just feel it. It's going to be an important chapter. Man, people are just dicks on Twitter. Just gotta commit to blocking these fuckers, huh? Okay, so what I'll do is I'll start with Mute maybe. We'll read a little bit of what Mute wrote. I didn't find it like super interesting, but it was unique. Thoughts and impressions of Satisfaction level 38, 382. This time's theme is the reason I wasn't phased even when our chests touch. I think, but they were phased, but they just acted like, anyways. I think that this was an episode with a lot of foreshadowing being resolved, including the color cover. It's a 22-page composition. Okay. If Kazuya walks, he'll bump into a utility pole. Bump into a utility pole and getting mad at it is a clever phrase in Japanese, but it seems difficult to translate into English. Huh. Interesting. Show original. Is there a meaning for that phrase? First thing that comes up. English. If I had a utility pole with your car, go to the police. What do you do? When, okay, my God. So, okay, there's apparently a clever phrase in Japanese to do with hitting a car or hitting hitting a utility pole. There's a clever phrase in Japanese about bumping into a utility pole and getting mad at it. Okay. And Reiji is apparently nodding to that. I wonder where that comes from. Uh Here, I'll share this with Crumpy. See if he has anything to say. And then I'll look it up. Classic Maison Ikoku bit. It is, huh? Bumping into a utility pole and being mad. Japanese phrase. I misspelled utility. Bump into something an intimate object like a utility pole can definitely okay, oh my God. Shut up. No. Whatever. We're not getting a clear answer. Yeah, it's definitely a more traditional Maison Ikoku bit. I definitely agree there. 4 through 10. Oh boy. The meaning of still cannot be taken positively by Kazuya now, and he even gives up on thinking about it, even when he reunites with Chizuru. He can't ask what he wanted to ask and tries to leave first, which is both a consideration for Chizuru and a sign of Kazuya's timid nature. Kind of. Chizuru must have been ignoring her shoe blister and hasn't put on a bandage. She must have had a chance to buy one after parting with Kazuya. It seems she didn't mention it during the date because she didn't want to make Kazuya worry. But on the flip side, their relationship, where they're overly considerate and can't say what they really want, feels concerning. Right? Reiji's clearly starting to highlight that idea of just like, yo, you two are too considerate of each other. You need to start giving a fuck about what you actually want. Chizuru didn't buy a bandage because she was too preoccupied with worrying about rejecting Kazuya to think about it, or was she trying to share in Kazuya's emotional pain through her own physical pain? Yeah, maybe she's thinking to herself, like, Kazuya is in so much pain right now, I don't get to, or maybe she's just busy, like, lost in the sadness. Like, she doesn't even care that she's hurt. Maybe she's like, I deserve this. Chizuru's probably blaming herself herself. She's like, yeah, I'm a terrible person. Like, I fucking deserve this. So she's saying I deserve this pain, and she's letting herself get hurt. Much like how Kazuya used to do at the start of the series. Here, Kazuya, realizing his own inadequacy for not noticing that Chizuru has been enduring pain from the start of the day, is moved by her sincere approach to the day and takes action. Pay attention to Chizuru's expression when she sees Kazuya offering his back. It's an expression of, why is this person always like this? In response to the fact that this person just rejected is going this far for her. And it makes her happy. I like how we said earlier, it literally makes her happy. But she hates herself for feeling happy. That this is not about earning points with Chizuru is clear from the fact that Kazuya, who is usually timid, speaks in a strong tone, saying just take it, to hesitant Chizuru. There's a depiction of Chizuru's chest touching Kazuya's back. This scene brings to mind the train scene from chapter 354. Oh, true. Let's pull that up. What happened at the start of this date? Boobies. Chizuru looks away again. What is a bit? What you'll see a consistent pattern of Chizuru looking away because she doesn't want to look at him because she knows she'll freak the fuck out if she looks at him while she's getting physical contact. So what does Chizuru do? Runs into him, looks away, keeps looking away, looks away more. Even here, when she sees him, she's looking at his back, and when she hops on, she's blushing and looks away. Keeps looking away. So, this informs this look away here. For people, they might think, oh, Chizuru is like bothered by this. It's not that she's bothered. She doesn't want to, she doesn't want him to get the wrong idea. And at the same time, she's also like stopping herself from feeling things. So what does she do? She guards herself so that does not happen again. She stops herself so that does not happen again, so he does not touch her again by accident. So he doesn't feel like he has to touch her again by accident. She does it to look away. So she doesn't have to engage, even though she wants to. She's literally stopping herself from getting the thing that she wants. Yeah, it's horny Chizuru. She's stopping herself from being horny. No horny. Gotta put myself aside for him. Gotta put myself aside for him. So, in that entire time, how does this sequence end, by the way? I wonder if I should have asked him if she wanted to share an umbrella. What are you seeing here? Two people standing with like there's like literally something in between them. And then now they're finally touching. Now they're finally touching. And it's not how they wanted it to play out. Oh boy. When Chizuru's chest touches him, Kazuya gets excited and fantasizes about being erotic. But here, he does not get excited in any way. What's clear is that he's concerned about Chizuru's shoe blister. Kazuya restrains himself, I think, more accurately. You see the badum badum. You see the badum badum. You hear he's clearly worried about it, but he's like, no, gotta control myself. So no, it's not that there's nothing there. He's clearly blushing. He's freaking out, but he's keeping himself together. Just as Chizuru is. They're finally getting what they want, and they can't even be happy about it. That's to me is what it is. I think that's a more accurate depiction of what it is. They're finally getting what they want, and they're not happy about it. Chizuru's monologue suddenly starts, and I thought it was unusual. There was a monologue in chapter 99 as well, but it's rare for it to touch on Kazuya. There were comments suggesting maybe the story will jump a few years forward from after this, but I don't think this will happen. Oh, thank God. People fucking agree with me. No, we're not getting a fucking time skip. That was stupid. The world is thoroughly realistic and cruel reality. Wishes don't come true, efforts aren't rewarded, and feelings don't reach. Those were the times when Chizuru faced her grandparents' death, failed to lead the role in audition, and the thought in chapter 147, God is pretty cruel, isn't he? Hmm. All the success stories in books or movies are lies and impossible to in reality. However, for Chizuru, there was something that wasn't a lie. When she was sad or in trouble, Kazuya was always by her side. Why is Kazuya always there for me? It's almost like a well-crafted story. Well, the story now shifts to Chizuru's considering her rejection of Kazuya. Absolutely not. There's probably these are probably Chizuru's lines. I thought it might be refusing something said by Yamori-san, but since most of the predictions the Japanese fans have been kind of like weird, so we'll just pass on those for now. What does this say? I like this image. Chizuru's monologue from 9100 was there, right? The harshness of fulfilling her dream as an actress, the loss of her grandparents, the grandfather, the crushing reality of not being able to show the movie to Sayuri-san. When she was on the verge of being overwhelmed, Kazuya brought up the idea of making a movie. At the time, it was said the guy was really an idiot, but yeah, what if Kazuya brings up an idea? What if maybe either Kazuya or Chizuru suggests an idea? That would be interesting. What if we date? What if we keep dating to figure it out? What if we do that? What if we keep dating to figure it out? And they're putting on the act of dating while literally dating. That would be interesting. That would be kind of an interesting reversal, wouldn't you say? Yeah, I read the tweet about it earlier in the day and didn't know that at all. Okay. Hmm. So Kazuya will save the day somehow. Interesting. Or maybe he won't. Maybe that'll be the surprise to Chizuru. Kazuya does not save the day. Oh my god, why are you doing this, Twitter? Why are you so ass? At the time, I think a man was broad because it overlapped with Katsuhito and Kazuya, but recently Kazuya has shown many traits of Katsu-san, responsible, optimistic, so I hope he makes a comeback later. Okay. Okay. Let's read some of the chat, see what people are saying. Maybe similar to a funny version of biting the head of feed, karma, more like that. Emotional pain made manifest physically. She always had it, just now coming to the surface. I don't blame Kazuya for not knowing because there is a precedence for him assuming she's okay. She's very stoic. She's not bothered putting on eyes down to the left as a physical reaction, meaning you talk to yourself. Looking at the bottom right means you're feeling emotions, feelings. That's not necessarily. It's how it's presented. It's how the body language as a whole tells a lot. It's not just like how you look. If anyone ever calls Kazuya a simp with no self control, again, just send them to that panel. Oh, there's a lot of other panels you can send them to. Meta dating, Kazuya such as you are true innovators. Meta dating. We'll see. We'll see. It's really kind of hard to predict right now. Give me like a few seconds. I just need to get up and stretch. I'll be right back. I just gotta like move around a little bit, maybe eat something, and then we can come back in just a little bit. So just give me a tad. I'll be right back. I'm back. I brought some cake with me. I don't know why. You think I'd bring some normal food, but no. I wanted a goddamn cake. Let's see. Do you think that during the walk, Kazuya will be constantly asking questions to Chizuru? I don't know. I don't think so. I think they might get to that point eventually. But I think we're going to focus a little more on Chizuru. Did you see that line on 173 when she said, "Your perfect girlfriend, you made something up on an idealized version of me, while the perfect girlfriend is literally her true self"? Yeah, it's a little different in the English localization, which made me wonder if it's the same or if it's slightly different. I'm not sure. Kazi is the man enough to offer help, if not him being gentlemanly. The time skip will not make sense, maybe a day or two, but not months. No, yeah, I agree. I think a time skip would be really stupid. The only reason people are thinking there's a time skip is because of this. Whenever I was with him, I was. As in it implies to you she's not with him right now. But we discussed this at the very beginning of the stream. That she's literally reflecting on that moment back then, rather than saying she's not with him right now. The line's a misdirect. The line's a misdirect. You don't take it like literally, like as literally as it appears. What was the true was that she was afraid the same thing would happen to Kazuya as it did to her grandfather because he supported her dream, and the accident happened to which her grandfather died. No, not necessarily. No, like yes, she is worried about loss, but she wants to make sure she, one, finds the right person, but two, she wants to make sure that like Kazuya also finds the right person. So that's kind of you can flip her line. It's not about just her finding the right person. It's about Kazuya finding the right person too, and she doesn't quite see how he's the right person. She's kind of misunderstanding some stuff. Okay, what if Minnie is waiting for them? Then when they get home and force them into a locked situation, Minnie going full parent trap would be fun. I think so too. I really think so too. Minnie like forces them into a room and she forces them to talk it out. Again, Minnie being the center of the argument, but she's actually being good about it. Like, I would love that. I would actually love that. I actually thought that too. Didn't I say that last stream? Like, wouldn't it be funny if Minnie like literally forced them to sit down and talk? Like, I think that would be super fitting. Like, I kind of agree there. Looked back to see if any big events took place in the manga before each season. Accidentally got to chapter 133 where Minnie dropped some bars. Girls get horny too. And it's about seizing opportunities. Yeah. And we literally see Chizuru horny as fuck in that trip. And she literally stops herself. She's like, why can't I fucking sleep? Why am I horny? So to speak, she says Kazuya likes her grandfather too. I've explained before, Kazuya isn't simply Chizuru's grandfather. He's literally both Sayuri and Katsuhito together. Unlike Katsuhito, he actually showed her how she could reach the finish line. Katsuhito just told her to believe. Kazuya actually showed her how she could reach that dream. So he's not Katsuhito. Well, Kazuya asked, did I do something wrong the day to Chizuru? That is a possibility. That seems like the most possible thing he could possibly ask. But Chizuru would not be able to give him a proper answer. So that would be interesting, you know? The past tense in that line does signify that something did change. It alludes to the fact that her perspective is about to change. Yes, that's literally what I fucking said. That's what I fucking said at the start of this stream. That's literally what I fucking said. Literally, that's exactly what I said. I was literally saying, like, what this line is alluding to is the change of Chizuru's character, specifically because of how this is phrased. She says, I used to think. And then she says, still, even now, I remember that walk home. Like, that walk changed that. The walk is what changed that. The walk is what changed this perspective. And that's how she saw it. Whenever I was with him, it felt like I was inside of a story. Okay? So maybe this is what's actually telling you here is that she's not going to think she's in a story anymore. That might get finally removed. That she might actually see him for him and it's not just a story anymore. I really think this walk is going to be super important, okay? We need a therapist, Soka, in the next chapter, lol. Mini couple therapist. See, therapists are nice, but only if you know, like, what you're actually doing. Like, which sounds weird, I get it. But what I mean is that therapists give you the tools, they don't actually solve the fucking problem. So, in a sense, you're technically right in that Minnie is the therapist. But yeah, they just need the tools to communicate and know that they're being honest with each other. That's just it. There's that barrier that they're not being honest with each other no matter what they say, and they need to remove that barrier of just being like, okay, I'm gonna be completely honest. This is exactly 100% what I believe, right? If Minnie shows up to cheer up Kazuya but accidentally cock blocks, I'm fun at crash out. I I don't think so, dude. She's not gonna just show up. She's gonna be pissed. Minnie's gonna be pissed, dude. She's not just gonna be like. And we were getting alluded to this, right? We were getting alluded to Minnie coming back. I think at chapter 377, right? Those two from the same college are on a date today. Ah, really? They've already gone tons of dates and kissed at least 3 times. She still says she doesn't know how she feels, even after living together for a month. I mean, I just hope it goes well. Okay, so Minnie introduces the idea of hope and expectations. And then she just got told it didn't go well. Literally, Kazuya just tells her it didn't work out. It didn't go well. So how's Minnie going to react? Reishi literally sets it up for you just before this event actually gets where it gets. Everything is going great. See, Chizuru, everything is going great until it doesn't. It was literally telling you from the start with Minnie that it was not going to go well, that something was going to go wrong. This expectation from Minnie was making us worried. But that's what's interesting, is like that worry and that concern reflects us as the audience and how things might change. Okay. This may be where Chizuru finally accepts that her dreams can be real. Yeah. Minnie telling them fuck already would be hilarious, right? Please don't be something like this. Kazuya and Chizuru came home. Kazuya falls after left Chizuru off the back. He drops his wallet and the condom shows up. Chizuru sees it and says, absolutely not. Oh, no. No, I don't think so. No. Yeah, I don't think so. Let's see if there's anything else that was kind of mildly interesting on here. I say that as I just scroll really fast. What's this? Look, guys, what I found while reading the series. Your mind might be blown. Reiji had already given hints of sexual tension between the two of them after the kiss was too high and after kiss. Both needed time to process those feelings. But what I'm about to show you, the whole cohab section started before the Chizuru given the words that Kazuya says her feelings for what they are. But after chapter 240, here Kazuya was thinking about her research, and we all know the result is out in the open, but the day is not over. The condom in the Kazuya's wallet will be used at the end of the day. Now I'm damn certain. Also predicted the theory of them having sex at the end of the day before anyone else. No, you didn't, buddy. No, you didn't, but oh my god. That's funny. Let me kiss you again gladly as much as you want. I think I'm in love. Oh my god, that's funny. That is funny. But no, buddy, I'm sorry to tell you, you are definitely not the first to think the condom was happening. Or sorry, the sex was happening. I'm sorry to tell you, you were not the first. I don't even think I was the first. I don't even think I was the first. Like, I don't even know who the fuck was, but you definitely were not. You ever watch Death Note? We might see Kazi and Chizuru reenact the scene of L cleaning Light's feet. Maybe. I don't know. That's a weird one. I don't know what the fuck you pulled that one out of, but that's an interesting one. Okay, maybe what I'll do now is I'll read this. Oh, wowie zowie. It's doing good. Yay! It is doing good. Over a year ago here, lol. Poor buddy. Poor buddy thought he had something special. Okay. Let's read this. I wrote this yesterday. I was a little out of it. Let's see if I can correct anything out of it while we're streaming. Life can be complicated. Sometimes we get the things we want, but not the way we had hoped. We always strive, believe, and plan, but it might not play out how we had imagined. Chapter 382 deals with that melancholic but beautiful reality. The color page presents us with the idea of a beautiful summer, both foreshadowing the canon summer and nodding to the Hawaiians trip in season 4. It also has Chizuru with her rental braid, alluding to the final line where she speaks about being a rental girlfriend. The facade, the lie, the acting. This is contrasted by the opening page, the sad things that we are currently going through, the emptiness, the emptiness. Happiness and radiant sunlight contrasted by the floating feeling of loneliness and disappointment. If you guys remember, when we read here, I'll just pull up Crumpy real quick. Remember what we found out that the text said? Right here. There's text here in this page. This is the first page. This is where it reads: a rejected Kazuya, a sinking Kazuya, drifting alone to home. Obviously, the only thing that comes to his mind is Mizuhara. In the last sentence, the expression that comes to his mind is using the verb to float in Japanese. This happened with last week as well. So let's find last week. Here, let me move this so it doesn't bother Grumpy or anything. Don't want to get him blasted with all the information we were talking about. Okay. So for the last week, it literally says the festive date spot Odaiba, the two sinking people drifting home. The kanji used for the festive is also the one for the verb to float. So that's twice now. 2 different times. Last chapter and this chapter, the story literally uses the editor notes literally use the terms to float. So we have the 3 verbs that are quite linked to float, to sink, to drift. And what is the first thing we see? Chizuru on top of water. Her feet are dipped in the water. They're floating in the water. Contrasted by Kazuya literally floating as we're walking through. Let's see. Happiness and radiant sunlight contrasted by the floating feeling of loneliness and disappointment. This contrast is key to this chapter. What we could have had versus how we got it. This is then immediately followed by Kazuya running into a pole. Kazuya says it's a phone pole, but apparently it's a utility pole. What were we expecting last chapter? Kazuya running into Chizuru right away. Instead, he hits his face and gets mad at a pole, not Chizuru. It's very cliche, very intentionally so, right? It raises your expectation and literally hits you with a cliche in the face. So, all his and our unanswered questions are directed at this pole. It is literally a venting mechanism for him. We get what we wanted, but not how we hoped to. We get the piggyback ride, we get the meetup, we get some physical intimacy, but none of it was how we had hoped it would play out, not how we imagined we would reach this point. It's a subversion of our hopes and dreams, expectations versus reality. This is why Chizuru's monologues directly reference Kazuya's monologues at the beginning of the series. The opening of the series is a fundamental subversion at what we and Kazuya dreamed. The opening of the series is a fundamental subversion of what we and Kazuya dreamed as per our expectations. He is living a dream, and then in 2 pages, it's gone. Just like that. Kazuya didn't meet the girl of his dreams in a magic fairy tale, but through the pain and grief of a breakup, through the service where he paid to be with her. Through a service where he paid to be with her. For Chizuru, it's the reverse. She didn't meet him through reality, She didn't meet him through the cruel reality she came to understand, but through a dream. For Chizuru, her words at the end of the chapter, the final 2 pages, acting as a look back, a perspective change, a retrospective of her view of the story she is in. Whereas with Kazuya, it is the beginning of his story. He is the fairy tale she lives in. He is the dream. To Chizuru, Kazuya is a dream that she believes she could never have, a fantasy that she can never make reality. And yet, when she is with him, she can't help but feel like she is in a fairy tale, something she desperately wants but can't reach as she had hoped. One interesting thing I kind of want to nod back to is this. So let's go back to chapter 296 or 297. Where is it? Where is it? 298 maybe? Yeah, this one. 298. So, what's his name comes in? Peter. Peter comes in, and Kazuya gets the TV. The TV gets delivered from the trip that they were on. And what happens? Kazuya sets the TV up, and he feeds Peter. And then Chizuru comes in, and look what she does. Getflix runs so smoothly, and the picture looks great. Mini-Chuna were really impressed. It's literally like the delusions and the fantasies Kazuya used to have. It's literally just like that. He's literally living the fantasies he used to have. They're literally coming true through Chizuru. The things he had imagined, like him doing stuff like that, are literally coming true. And you see many chances of this. For instance, in chapter 320, when they're playing the ball game, I forgot what game it was, Chizuru literally jumps up excited like a little kid. And then she catches herself and she's like, moving on. Moving on now. This is that. Kazuya, throughout the cohabitation saga, keeps getting those moments of the fantasy becoming a reality. Okay? So in contrast, Chizuru feels like she's living in his fantasy, not realizing she's literally making it come true. Okay? She can't hold his hand. She can't hug him. She can't share an umbrella with him. No matter how much she wants to, she is a burden he should not carry anymore. Her feelings are just a problem to him. His love is too pure and kind. So, literally, by this point, we hadn't seen Chizuru for a while. And then he puts this cover page. She's literally grabbing him like, where have you been? Oh, this is what you got, right? She's literally grabbing him like she's pulling him in. Remember, by this point, Chizuru and Kazuya had not interacted for like a good 20 chapters because him and Minnie were on like a little trip. So that comeback, this is when Chizuru comes back, flips the script. Another one we can think of is when Kazuya and Chizuru are on a date right after the 3-month time skip. What do we see? What do we see, good sir? 237, they finally meet up. And look at this. I'll walk ahead. I'll lead the way. She looks at his hand. And she stops herself. She really wants to hold his hand, and she can't. Okay. I also showed the hug. Right? Like, look at this. I also showed them wanting to to share an umbrella, and they don't. And finally, I show this one. Maybe I'm the one being looked after. When she says, it means he must really like you a lot. You think so? Maybe I'm the one who just really likes him a lot, and he's just looking after me. Okay. Chizuru, in contrast, views herself as a mess. She gets hurt when the date starts. She always seems to cause him anxiety and misunderstands his feelings. She desires physical contact and intimacy, but he clearly doesn't show signs of reciprocating that. So when she finally gets the physical contact she always wanted on this date, it's not at all how she imagined it. It's after a breakup. It's not because he wants to touch her, but because she's hurt. And on top of that, he's taking care of her again. I also want you to notice where her hand is. This is kind of important. I don't know if I mentioned this to you guys when we were going through it. Let me show it. 1. No! What have you done, you son of a gun? Okay, I want you to notice where her hand is. Do you see where her hand is? One, it's right over Kazuya's heart. Interesting. But two, it's right where the ring is. Do you guys remember where Kazuya put the ring in the last chapter? He put the ring right here. Just like Kazuya, the ring ultimately came back to her hand, just not how she wanted. Heck, she doesn't even know she's this close to it. Just as the Just as the beginning started with an ending, so too does Chizuru's ending start with a beginning. But is this the fairy tale ending? When she is with him, she feels like she is in a story. Should it end as a dream or a wake up to reality? Maybe it'll be a bit of both. This chapter, despite the melancholy, feels kind of hopeful. Hopeful for a better future. I think maybe this is about ending a dream, to wake up, but in a good way, to live in the present, not the past, not in the future, but now. Hence, the cover being a page about the past and the future. Sometimes things have to end for new things to begin, and we just have to, and we just had an ending we didn't understand, an ending we don't like. So why don't we make a new start? One we do like. I'm pretty excited for the next chapter, even though I'm not sure what it will bring. The preview reads, "The date is continuing until we go home. The moonlight illuminates Chizuru's, the princess's heart." Next time, absolutely not. The next time phrasing is the same as chapter 379 in Japanese. It's also similar to chapter 231, the end of Hawaiians. The phrase can also mean to prohibit, so it could be a few things, not just one. Why Chizuru prohibits herself from being with Kazuya, but also Kazuya prohibiting her from ever thinking she is a burden to him, as he would never ever think of her like this. I also wanted to point out another thing. There's this focus on Kazuya's shoes in this chapter. These shoes to him represent his hopes his hopes to be there for Chizuru, to support her, and they these shoes represent his hopes to be there for Chizuru, to support her, and they are being used that exact way, but not how he necessarily hoped. Chizuru's shoes are the same. She brought them for this date, to help her walk on her own and not be a burden. But what did they do? They got in the way from the very beginning. But what did they also do at the very end? They got her close to the person she wanted to get close to, just not how she hoped. I also want you to notice a parallel between these two panels. Don't these two look identical? But one has Kazuya's inner thoughts, whereas the other does not have Chizuru's. Chizuru is clearly happy that Kazuya is there for her, and yet she can't help but feel like a burden, feel bad for wanting this. I also love the silent yet intense contrast in this page. The darkness of, well, I'll just show it to you guys. The darkness of the night, the darkness of the night. I am the night, Batman. The darkness of the night contrasted by Kazuya's figure. Don't you feel like a kind of yin and yang kind of vibe here? Kazuya's like literally in the middle between light and shadow. Like he's literally lighting the night. Isn't that kind of cool? Which illuminates the ground. He shines even at the dead of night, like a guiding light for the lost, carrying her to the finish because she couldn't on her own. Right? And she says, fine, and he says, no, just get on. I'm still adamant that this arc will end as it began, the two of them together, Chizuru at Kazuya's back, running into each other in unexpected ways, but walking to the destination with one another. They will reach it together, even if it's not how they first imagined it, just as the way Kazuya starts this date is with rain, this like intense rain. By the way, for those worried about Chizuru's words, this is exactly as I said. Her words speak like they are from the future, because they are from the future. I corrected this later, and we can delve into it in a sec, leading to some sort of ending. This reflects the retrospective, but also the ending that leads to a beginning. The end of a story in a dream to start a new one. Her wording is vague by design, intentionally written in the future tense, just the future tense, not the present tense, misleading you. Like it starts in present tense because she's talking about herself at that moment, but also how she felt in the future. Misleading you in its phrasing. It's not clear, just as Kazuya's words last chapter were not clear, leaving us with a maybe. It's challenging us to hope despite all doubt, to dream. Similar to how the movie arc asked if having a dream is worth it if we know all the pain that comes with daring to dream is in a harsh reality. Just as Kazuya made dreams possible and rewarded effort, so too will he return the feelings she feels unworthy of, except all of her. Right? And Sayuri literally tells her this. Right? Sayuri literally tells Kazuya this. Please be there for Chizuru. Please accept all of her. Right? And most of this arc is Kazuya literally doing this. As she will him. We don't need to read that. And just to add to the earlier post, Chizuru literally said the idea of things not going as planned in life verbatim in chapter 375. A lot of the ideas are literally in the story and were foreshadowed in many ways all throughout the arc. So let's read what she says. It's not like I'm against it or anything. Not everything goes according to plan in life, but that doesn't mean it's okay to not have one, right? That's why if we're together, I'd like to know what you'll be doing in 3 or 5 years. Will you be moving for work? How much time will you have off? What kind of company will you work in? What makes you stressed? How can I support you? How often can we see each other? What kind of life will we have? This matches her words at the end, both present and future tense. Well, future tense in this case. Let's read that again. This matches her words at the end, future tense. She is referring to herself at that time, but also says rental girlfriend with quotations, like she isn't anymore. It's vague by design, reflecting her past self and future self, making you uncertain of the future. This also matches Chizuru's own lack of certainty and self-doubt. Just as the characters don't know the future yet seem to be living in it when narrating. So I'm going to change that a little bit. I think it's more accurate to say that Chizuru's self-doubt is removed after this. After this instance, the self-doubt that she felt is removed, and she feels more confident in that dream and that kind of future. So I would say the last thing I say here is more accurate, leaving everyone lost in uncertainty and hoping for a better tomorrow. This is the most accurate thing. It's also interesting that the two meet at a crossroads, with the panel reflecting the characters. Kazuya speaking internally, Chizuru is silent. Walking intersecting paths they should cross, but not running into each other like they should. Not as expected, yet similar end results. If you flip this panel, you can see the same thing is going on in Chizuru's head, just in a slightly different direction. She's thinking the same exact thing, just as he is. Her thoughts mirror his. It's awkward. It must be fate. Never thought I'd see him walk away like this. All of it. See, I think the part that gets people is how she says, whenever I was with him, I felt like I was in a story. This could, big could, implies she isn't with him in the future when she's saying this. But what she is doing is creating contrast. When he is here, when he is there, versus when he wasn't. And so she contrasts her viewpoints of the time as she viewed them. This is why it's best not to assume anything about her dialogue, because it intentionally feels far from Kazuya, yet super close, matching the exact final page. She's literally at his back, but isn't with him. And despite that, just as his presence makes her feel like she is in a story, a lie come true, like when he isn't around, it's a harsh reality as usual. But when he is, it feels like I'm in a fictional story where I am the princess. She's literally calling him a dream during the night. There was other things I said, so let me find those real quick. I'll probably have to adjust it a little bit. There's like some things I said that I'm not a huge fan of. Like I told you, like the past and the present blending together and all that nonsense. I kind of don't really agree with that in retrospect. But there are other things that I said that I want to share. There we go. Slight correction to this. This is completely future Chizuru, and rather it's highlighting the importance of that walk considering how she seems to remember it. Just like how we are told the rain represents important moments for her, like it made her believe that dreams come true. Like I said, the story wants us to hope and dream. The story wants us to hope and dream here, to look forward to tomorrow. So Chizuru feeling like she is in a story highlights that something amazing might happen on the walk that will change the whole narrative up until this point. Rewrite the bad ending. There's one last thing I remember noticing, which is Chizuru being in shadows. There it is. Cool detail. Did you notice how Chizuru is almost never in shadow in this whole chapter, except when Kazuya is carrying her and she starts monologuing. While in the rejection, she is always in shadows. She's literally the shadow behind him. She cannot stand alongside him. Yeah, and we talked about this yesterday, I believe. Let me pull it up. So if you notice, when they run into each other, light, 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 even here, light, 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 even here. Always in light, always in light, always in light, always in, there's light, and finally shadow. Now she is in the shadows, and they're both in shadows. All right, and as they're walking, she's literally the shadow behind him. Damn. Okay, let's see. So, what happened in the chat? Oh, I see some frustration and anger. Ooh, am I going to ban people? Let me know. Am I going to ban people? This is going to be fun. I might have to ban people. Yeah. I'm not going to blame Reiji's dragging the story. One Piece is milked as fuck, but this is not progress. We are the same loop of pacing, climax, separation. Oh, boy. So, let's see. Should I ban this person? Oh, they wrote other stuff. Let's see what they wrote first. I think Chizuru is too much of a coward and indecisive to be worthy of Kazuya's love. That's a very stupid take. Instead of overcoming her fears to be a better human being, she would rather stay in the comfort zone and keep hurting Kazuya. What's your logic here? Genuine question. What the fuck is your logic here? She literally just said, you know what? I'm not good enough. I'm just going to end this relationship so you're free. So your logic is fucking idiotic. She literally ends the relationship so he can be free because she thinks she'll never be good enough for him. Even if I don't delve into her character and completely deconstruct it for you, your logic is fucking idiotic. Because she's literally saying, go, be free. You don't need to take care of me. I'm just a burden. Go ahead. So she's setting him free so he can find someone else. So how is she continuing to hurt Kazuya if she's willing to take this kind of pain? Also, you clearly did not read this fucking chapter, considering she literally went through pain the entire chapter. She literally says right here, let me pull it up. Kazuya asked her, how long have you had the blister? The entire fucking day. She didn't say a damn word. She kept getting hurt just so he would be happy and so his efforts feel rewarded. So tell me, please, look me, you can't look me in the eye because whatever. But you can't look me in the eye. You literally can't. Tell me that Chizuru does not care and she's too much of a coward to change when she spent the entire arc trying to change. And I'm telling you right now, you don't understand her character. I'm not saying this because, oh, the fans are idiots. I'm just literally saying what you're saying is factually incorrect. And this chapter, if you read it for like 2 fucking seconds, you would realize that. So, I don't know what to tell you, Devin. I'm damn right, and you know it, pal. Oh, he's so confident. I'm damn right, buddy. I'm damn right, and you know it, pal. Yeah, Kazuya does all the hard work, and this chick gets milked the clients, the beta males like you, and defend her blindly. Oh, this dude's hilarious. Bro, you walked into the wrong fucking stream, buddy. You walked into the wrong fucking stream. Keep in mind, even after all of that, she couldn't feel worthy of him yet. So how she could feel worthy of her and get through her insecurities. Don't agree on the last message though, Alton, because she doesn't milk them. Yet you're on the right. She's a coward. Chizuru is not a coward. Chizuru is honestly not a coward. She goes through so much on her own. She struggles so much on her own. She keeps trying so much on her own. I refuse to believe Chizuru is a coward. The girl literally suffers so much on her own. It's the closest thing I could give you is Chizuru has imposter syndrome. The closest thing I can give you. But both you can feel cowardice. It doesn't mean you're a coward. You can act cowardly. It doesn't mean you're a coward. Chizuru is not a coward. I don't know. I've never agreed with that. I've heard that sentiment quite often. And I never agreed with that Chizuru is a coward. She's not a coward. Like the girl goes through so much shit on her own, and all she gets is hurt and pain. And like she like literally how is her being cowardly literally hiding how in pain she is just so he's happy? How's that being cowardly? Like that's someone being really fucking strong and like persevering through pain for someone else. Like throughout the entire day, she's literally persevering through a shit ton of pain for him constantly. And all people seem to think is that she's a coward, she's stealing his money, she's a gold digger, all she's doing is milking her clients. Bro, you paid for a fucking service. Like, you paid for a fucking service. Get the fuck out of here. Like, you can't come in here and tell her, oh, you're milking your clients. Bitch, you paid for a service. You're not a little child. You know better. You can't access this thing unless you're a grown-ass adult. Like, no. Reishi loves to do parallel chapters, so what if chapter 288 tells us some hints on what chapter 288? I mean, maybe. I don't know. That's a weird one. That's a weird one. I mean, chapter 280. No, that doesn't make any sense actually. How he parallels them is usually the numbers are the same, so it doesn't actually make much sense. Usually the numbers are like similar, so it's like that's usually how he parallels them. So like the numbers are the same, just flopped around. But that those two numbers kind of have nothing to do with the other. Nothing's telling me he's gonna reference chapter 288 because I'm pretty sure that's like when Umi shows up or some shit. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's when Umi shows up, and that has like nothing to do with this. So I doubt it. I mean, to be fair, she's a coward on the last action, kind of like Kazuya doing most of that. How is she? What? She's a coward on the last action, kind of like Kazuya, among most of the move and then flee to run in the end. She didn't run. She was just giving him space. I don't know what you mean. She didn't run. She was literally just giving her space. Like I don't want you to feel like you have to take care of me. Go ahead. Go. I'll deal with it on my own. Like, she literally sets him free. She's not being a coward. She just doesn't think she's good enough to be with him. Like, that's not really so much cowardice as it is a lack of worthiness. Like, she doesn't feel worthy of him. I just don't get it. Would you consider Chizuru a tsundere? Chizuru is a deconstruction of a tsundere. She's not a tsundere. She is a deconstruction of a tsundere. She is a deconstruction of the trope and the original concept of what a tsundere is. She is not one. She has tsundere traits. She has very clear tsundere traits. Like, she gets jealous. Like, she has those moments where she like gets jealous and it's so clearly fucking tsundere. But Chizuru is not a tsundere in the traditional sense. She is a deconstruction of a tsundere. Chizuru's trying her best not to be a coward. Yeah, she probably saw herself as a coward because she ran away from him, her own feelings for the longest time. She wants to change that and did. Yeah. She was a coward in like the 3-month time skip, right? I would say she's kind of a coward in the 3-month time skip. But that cowardice is somewhat built on guilt and like going through a lot of shit on her own. But the moment she gets a chance via Mini, she takes it immediately. So Chizuru, it doesn't want to be that. She's not being cowardice here. She's literally trying her best not to be that. She's doing her damn hardest not to be a coward. What are some of those moments where she gets jealous? To be honest, I think she's really cute when she puts clingy, especially in the chapter panels. One I can think of off the top of my head when she first meets Ruka. It's like chapter 30 something. Is it chapter 30 something? No, it's chapter 20 something, sorry. $23? No, 22. 21. They introduced Ruka. Look at her. She's so clearly fucking jealous. The fuck you looking at her for, huh? You're with me, motherfucker. The fuck are you looking at her for, huh? You're with me, motherfucker. Nothing. This also happens. Very tsundere. Another tsundere thing. Don't get the wrong idea. Chizuru's comment, don't get the wrong idea. Very tsundere. Very tsundere. But what makes Chizuru a deconstruction of a tsundere, what makes her interesting, is that despite these tropes, there's a character underneath there who has a very hard time falling in love and really struggles and tries, and she's not completely defined by the trope of a tsundere. There's a whole other character beyond the tsundere. That's why Chizuru is a deconstruction of a tsundere. She's, if anything, I'd say Chizuru is a deconstruction of tropes. The tropes of like how tsunderes act, how deres in general act. Because I'd say Chizuru is, I'd say Chizuru has like traits of a kudere. Kudere is like, I'm pretty sure kudere is like the ones who don't show expression. That's very much Chizuru does that a lot. She like does not show expression like a kudere. She also has elements of a dandere where she's very expressive and cute at times. And she clearly has those elements of her. And so the elements of the kudere blend with the elements of the tsundere. But then you have the dandere underneath, who is like the very expressive Chizuru, who's very happy and go lucky and isn't actually a tsundere. So it's almost like the tsundere is literally a mask. Which in itself is the deconstruction of what a tsundere is, because a tsundere literally puts on the mask of, I like you, I don't like you, I like you, I don't like you, hot and cold, hot and cold. When in reality, what the original tsundere was, is that they started out cold and they became hot. That was the idea of what a tsundere was, where initially they're far away, they're not close, they're distant, they're kind of mean, or they're very cold. Hence why Chizuru can act cold at times, but then they get very close. Chizuru kind of does it somewhat in reverse and changes from time to time. It's not consistent because she's a human being, so her actions change regularly. Also, would you say this is the first time Kazuya initiates physical contact in a while? Yes. Yes. They have not touched in the whole fucking cohabitation, bro. It's been a whole ass while. They have not initiated physical contact like they want to. Never mind. Just compare Chizuru with Taiga from they're not, no. Taiga from Toradora and Chizuru are not the same. They're not the same. There's similarities, but they're not the same. No. I would argue Toradora, Taiga from that story doesn't really feel like a complete. She kind of falls under the damsel in distress and the princess at some point. Like I feel like Taiga feels very helpless. Taiga and Toradora feels very, very helpless in a lot of the story. And she just gets into fights because she doesn't know how to make friends and shit. She's like young Chizuru. Like literally Taiga is just like a little version kid of Chizuru, but she doesn't express herself. Yeah, she's very aggressive. Yeah, but like she's also in high school. She's like literally baby Chizuru. She's like Chizuru when she was a little kid. That's kind of Taiga. She's literally Chizuru when she was like a little kid. Where she would get into fights and she would be kind of aggressive and shit, but not in high school. High school Chizuru was a very different person, and adult Chizuru is a very different person too. She's again, she is close to her house. If they get to the house, the monologue that looks like Chizuru talks from the future about the past Kazuya makes sense. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. I think Reishi is clearly highlighting this walk is important. Reishi is clearly highlighting this walk is important. So, yeah. Anywho, we read all that. Is there anything else I should be checking out? Let me see if there's anything on Discord. Whole lot of nothing. Notable exception, body touch, chapter 298. It was just a finger to his chest, though it felt so notable because there was no other deliberate touch. Well, since we're talking about that, let's get into it. Oh, let's get into it, baby. Who remembers chapter 297? I bet many of you don't. This is after the visit to the nursery. And Chizuru is cutting stuff and she's thinking about Kazuya. And she is upset that she keeps getting that stuck in her head. Kazuya wakes up and hears her chopping. Like, imagine if the morning was like this. He gets up. He says, I want to see her. I want to see her right now. I got to brush my teeth anyway. Sees her. Good morning. Oh, good morning. What? Why is she freaking out? Sorry, did I scare you? No, it's fine. It's okay. I need to brush my teeth. Feel free. Thanks. She's not looking at him. What's happening here? She literally wants to touch him. She wants to touch him so fucking bad. But she keeps chopping and not looking at him. Haven't you been cutting those for a long time? Are you chopping all the onions? No, not really. I can just place them in a container for later. Runs away. Turns around, gets pissed. What? What the fuck? Runs away again. Look at how she's running away. It's so funny. She literally wants to touch him. And she turns because she's upset that she feels this way. She's like, I can't let myself feel this way. I can't let myself feel this way. I can't touch him. I can't touch him. What was that? Did she just glare at me? She's pissed at herself. She's not pissed at him. She's pissed at herself. And she literally left the stove on fire. She literally left the stove fire on. What the shit, Chizuru? She's freaking out. She's trying to literally control herself and she fucking can't. What? Seriously, what? Now we get to this. Look at her. She's pissed again. She's looking at him. Damn it. I want to touch him. Why does he keep showing up? Walks past. Nope. Don't engage. Don't engage. No, this is normal. She never looks at me in the eye when we're on campus. Right. Kazuya keeps thinking he messed up. He runs into Chizuru. Whoa! I love that. Whoa! God, stupid me. What kind of help was that? Sorry, I was just watching a ghost video. What a terrible excuse. I can look at him and nothing is going to happen. I can look at him and nothing is going to happen. It's fine. Look at this. I can look at him and nothing will happen. Keeps doing it until she turns cat eyes. Cool, good to go. I did it. I looked at him. I'm fine. I did not need to touch him. The most cramped face in the history of mankind. Sorry, I'm taking a bath. God, I have faith. I have faith in her. What the fuck was that? Then you get to the next chapter. What happens in the next chapter? We were just talking about this one. She can talk to him again, normally. He tells her about Peter. Okay, I'm going to my play now. See you later. The slight blush when she looks at him. Again, it's like she wanted a hug here. Kazuya builds the TV. She gets back. And she says, have you been using using the body wash? I'm not sure why, but we're running out of shampoo before anything else. Other stuff just seems to be lasting much longer. I'm using body wash. I have no idea. I see. That's weird. Yeah, really weird. Clearly lied. Comes up to him. Pokes his chest. Right in the heart. Are you lying to me? So we had last chapter where she looks at him. She wants to touch him. She can't engage. She doesn't want to. It's not right. Here, she feels like she can. So she touches him with a single finger. Are you lying to me? Sorry if I'm wrong, but are you lying to me? She keeps that finger there the whole time. You are forgiven. They're so fucking cute together. They're so fucking cute together. God, they're so fucking cute together. Something like that isn't gonna bother me. My grandpa uses his shampoo like that too. If that's what it is, then you can just buy refills for the shampoo. But a lot of body washes nowadays are good for the skin, so I do recommend those instead. I'm going to research now. I'm doing research now, so try not to lie too much. Well, good night. Now, Kazi is freaking out about the fact that she touched his chest. She's probably freaking out that she just touched him at all. She's like, oh my God. Yeah, right? And she's happy after she just literally physically touched him. But then Reiji builds on this some more. What happens in chapter 299? What happens in chapter 299? Kazuya finds Chizuru's bra. And she stands around. She hangs around here. Remember what happens? Chizuru comes in and she hangs around. She just stays there with him. She doesn't leave. And Kazuya, she only wants to get some tea? I thought she was leaving. Why isn't she leaving? She's just hanging around. She literally wants to be close to him. She literally wants to be close to him. At this point, being kicked out would be the least of my worries. How the hell did I end up in this situation? She's going to think I'm a bra thief or something. Why is she staying here for so long anyway? And why the kitchen of all places? Just go. Literally will not leave. Like she wants to be near him. Then Kazuya trips, drops the bra. Minnie shows up, claims the bra is hers. It's yours. Huh? Oh, yep. Yep. Right? Just a lie. Yep, totally mine. Was it all in my head again? I was just dug my own grave. I need to go back to my room. Don't be stupid, you didn't. Sorry for getting your hopes up. Right? He tells her, you didn't get my hopes up. Give me more credit than that. I wasn't horny. I wasn't expecting anything. Runs away. I just should have told her everything from the beginning. How many times am I going to make the same mistake? Whew. Look at the sister bond. Look at the sister bond. You owe me one. Freaks the fuck out. Reiji introduces Chizuru's struggle with intimacy and how she wants to touch him but can't, so she has to look. Then she's able to touch him with her finger, and then Kazuya, the next chapter, touches a very intimate thing of Chizuru's, and she freaks the fuck out. Right? Because she got very excited. Look at her. She's losing her literal shit. She's losing her literal shit. Right? Because she got excited too. We went from, I can't touch him, to one finger to holy shit, that escalated super quickly. And then, if you get to chapter 300, you'll notice something very interesting. Let's go to chapter 300. When we get to chapter 300, Chizuru very much has that cat vibe to her. But what does she do? So, we get here. Kazuya is in the shower. He sees her hair. No. It was definitely Yamori-san's. Direct callback to that. He sees Chizuru. Minnie tells him to come in. I borrowed your shower. It's fine. Eyes closed. She's not looking at him. Look at this. Look at this. She can't engage. Something serious just happened. I can't do it. Don't look at him. Don't even engage. Closes her eyes. Literally sits like a cat. Literally, like, doesn't she look like a cat here? Nope, just sitting, just hunkering down like a cat. And Kazuya's checking her out. And she's like, can't look at him. I can't look at him. I can't look at him. I have to not look at him while Kazuya's looking at her. Isn't that so funny? Kazuya's actively looking at her and wants to engage with her. And she's like, I want to engage, but I'm not allowed to look. I must shut my eyes. And then Chizuru starts looking at the TV. She pulls out her phone. Minnie says, you guys want to play a game? Chizuru's like, I don't mind. Okay, sure. It's just them. And look at the awkwardness. That looks so good on you. It really does. Your clothes. Do they? Thanks. Right? But then look at what she says here. Well, I have Sumi-chan to thank for this. It's not because you're actually like me. It's not because I actually look good. It's because Sumi got this. I'm glad she knows what looks cute and not just the clothes that are popular with guys. She gives Sumi the reward. It's not about me. I'm not actually good. I'm actually very cute here. The clothes look cute. And you see that in Kazuya's words. That looks really good on you, the clothes. It's about the clothes, not Chizuru. No, Mizuhara, no. Mizuhara looks like a model in practically everything she wears. But still, this is all I can talk about. Minnie sees this. Do you see how every single fucking thing is completely recontextualized when you know the idea of physical intimacy is both ways? That they're both super horny and they're trying to restrain the horny. The entire script gets completely fucking flipped. That's so cool. And Chizuru gets 100 and she's hidden in shadow. She gets the 100 hidden in shadow. We don't see her anymore. Right? Whereas Kazuya is thinking Mizuhara's research has been going on for a while. By the time it's all over, it's possible that once again I might confess to her or something. Huh. Maybe that could happen. But a different kind of confession. Not the confession of your love, but a confession of your horny. So I'd love to know what kind of proposal she finds ideal. But her card might only be 10 or 1. Oh my god. They literally tell us what kind of proposal Chizuru would like. They talk about their ideal marriage. Then he finds out what kind of proposal she would. Kazuya literally has the ring. He can say it. Bro, Kazuya literally has the ring. And it's literally foreshadowed he might do it again. Bro. It's gonna fucking... We're actually getting the... Oh my god. We're actually getting the proposal. Holy shit. Then we get to the next one. Chizuru has the 100. They explain the game. Minnie just says hers. Chizuru reacts. Kazuya's like, what? Kazuya says his. And she just looks. What does that mean? Maybe like we're alone in a room. She takes out a ring and says, let's get married. Huh. Look at how she's analyzing him. Look at how she's paying really close attention to him. That's pretty normal. Based on that, now we understand what it is. It's 56 points. That's good enough, right? Okay, how about you, Chizuru-san? Let's see. We're in a private helicopter watching a beautiful fireworks from above when he pulls out a diamond ring, and without hesitation, I say, I love you, please marry. He says, okay. The fuck? Chizuru's not happy with this one. And she sent the wrong message. Wait a sec, can I change mine? Of course, this is a cooperative game. Then, how about we're on our way home after grocery shopping, we're laughing together, and then suddenly he just asks me, would you make me miso soup every morning or something like that? They're on their way home. What if they end up going to a grocery store and then they're laughing about this interaction and he fucking says this? Oh my god. Oh my god. Reiji, you insane fucking bastard. If he does this... Reiji, you insane fucking bastard. I love you. If he fucking does this, oh my god. While on the topic, what do you think Chizuru's original proposal with the helicopter? What was she thinking there? She was literally just probably thinking like, okay, 100, the most extreme thing I can think of. She doesn't believe it. Her eyes are closed. Like, she's like, okay, 100, she's thinking extreme. So this is the problem. This is the problem. She's thinking of what it should be, not what she wants. It's literally the exact thing that happens in this day. What it should be, based on the perceptions and the ideas. So she hears minis. What is minis? Which I'll go first. How about the way back from a trip to the anime store, we're on a train packed with people and pops the question, like, want to share a grave with me? Chizuru reacts, Kazuya's like, what the fuck? What's up with that? A train packed with people? It couldn't be more perfect. I think it's pretty accurate. That has to be a low number. Do you see what happened here? It's the element of communication and how it's communicated to her. It's not what's communicated to Chizuru is not what you want, but what it should be, so they understand. That's why she says the helicopter thing. She says it because she thinks that's what they would consider a 100, as extreme as possible, as insane as possible. Because Minnie's is low, it's not good enough. Kazuya's is normal, it's not crazy. It's just like we know it's normal. So based on those two, Chizuru's is super extreme. So what does she have to do? She has to make it as insane as possible, not realizing that she has to make it how she would want it. So it's the idea of maybe they don't understand her that well, right? It's the idea of maybe they don't understand Chizuru all that well. This is all about communication. They don't understand Chizuru all that well here. So her perception is that, okay, I have to give them something they will understand. But then when she says what she actually wants, they understand it. That's kind of cute. Huh, that's really adorable. Wait, was the miso soup important or was it just the trip home? Also, she's changed her answer after Yamori-san said it could be a low number, meaning it has to be a high number. Does that basically confirm she has a really high number? Oh, should I be taking notes? This could be very valuable information. Now it's down to you two. Okay. I'm pretty sure I've got the lower number. Well, kind of does feel that way. Huh. His is low? His doesn't feel all that bad, though. Kazuya's number doesn't feel all that bad. No, I have no idea what's on her mind, right? So Kazuya says it's kind of low. Can you show a card? Yep, if Chizuru-san agrees. She doesn't agree. Kazuya's doesn't sound that bad. It seems average, but it doesn't seem that bad. Here, 56. That's pretty average. You win this round, Chizuru-san's higher. We're safe. Oh, we win then. Anyway, at least I got through. By the way, how high was your number? The fuck? What just happened? More like bad luck and... What did she say? Chizuru-san, you've got some wild luck. So theoretically, this good luck Chizuru got, the perfect score, just like she got a perfect 100 when she was with Kazuya, right? She got a perfect 100 when they took the compatibility test. She got a perfect 100 when they were doing this, but somehow those two things both became bad luck. She literally says it. More like bad luck in my case. You pulled 100 on your first play. Are you some kind of god? More like bad luck. She gets the perfect scenario and it feels like bad luck to her. Because of the communication, because of the problems, because she doesn't feel like she's understood. So that was perfect for her. That's her ideal proposal. She sees him and she knows there's a misunderstanding happening here. Kazuya complains to Minnie, this is all because you wanted to play the game. I think she was just trying to go with what most people would have wanted. She's right. See how Minnie understands Chizuru. Minnie pieces it together. Minnie understands Chizuru. Aren't you the one who said that tested our values? She changed her mind after that, you know? Why aren't you paying attention to that? I know, it's just a game, so I don't know how much of it is true, but at the very least, it's clear that Mizuhara dreams about stuff like that. Be careful, Master. She's going to hear you. She hears them. Chapter 302. I can't sleep. He is a detective protecting the thief, the Catwoman. Steps out. They run into each other. Huh. Interesting. Why'd I run to her now? He's looking at her. He steps away. Oh, look, he's blushing. Hey, when are you moving out? What day is it again? Huh? She talked to me. On the 18th or maybe the 19th. She doesn't want him to leave. This is when they first introduced the idea of moving out. Why'd she just ask that? Is she worried about when I'm leaving? I guess I can't blame her. It's probably a pain in the ass having to live with a dude. Don't get the wrong idea. You know about the game earlier. So she literally introduces a deadline. He's going to leave then. When Reiji introduces the deadline of leaving, he also introduces the exactly how Chizuru would want to be proposed to. That son of a gun! That son of a gun! All of it is right there. Don't get the wrong idea. You know about the game earlier, about my 100-point proposal. She brought it up. I'm only following up on this to defend my honor. But I don't really want a proposal like that because that's not how I feel. It's just a game, so I know it's weird to worry about it, but I don't want you to get the wrong idea. I'd be happy with anything. If it's from the person I love, I'd be happy. Propose to me. Is this not her saying propose to me? Bro. Drops the cup. What? Wakes up, getting dressed. Deadlines. Now she has a deadline. And what happens? She goes to Kibe because she has to find a solution. She has to find a solution because of the deadline. But she couldn't do it. Just like she couldn't reach the deadline with Grandma Sayuri, she couldn't reach the deadline with Kazuya. But she still made it come true in spirit with Sayuri. She still saw the movie and she was still happy in the end, which means same thing's going to happen with Kazuya. They're still going to make it work somehow. So yeah. Shit, Kazuya might propose. Oh my god. Oh my god, Kazuya might propose. Oh my god. Holy shit, I did not see that one coming. Wow. Damn, good thing we reread these chapters, huh? Good thing we reread these chapters, huh? Well, shit. Well, shit. Ideal wife speech incoming. Oh my fucking god. Good thing we read these chapters, huh? Oh my god. That's so fucking funny. Wow. Good thing we reread these chapters. It's what I told you. What if she misses the deadline, but would it be too late for her? And the monologue is her regretting the sad day. Yeah, she literally did miss the deadline, but she makes it before it's actually over. So the deadline is that day. She made the choice. It wasn't the choice she wanted, but she still makes it come true because what happens with Sayuri? Do you guys remember what happens with Sayuri? She couldn't make the deadline. Sayuri was dying. Everything was perfect. It was there. Like, we got to that point with Sayuri. She saw the movie theater. She saw everything fully planned. And guess what happens? She literally starts dying. And Chizuru feels like there's nothing she could do. That's it. Everything went wrong. It failed. We fucked up. We couldn't pull it off. Kazuya looks at his phone and he sees the director. And he remembers that the director has the film. He runs to the director, grabs the film projector, grabs the film, comes back, sets it up, leaves. And he makes the dream come true in spirit. Because she did ultimately show her grandmother the film. So they succeeded. They pulled it off. Just not how they imagined. It didn't come true how they imagined. Oh my god. The theory of wedding vows. The scenario is perfect to this day. Oh my god. Yeah, that one person did say it's like they're reading their wedding vows. That's fucking crazy, dude. That's fucking crazy, dude. What the shit? What the shit? Bro, they were literally reading their wedding vows. That's insane. I always thought that they would somehow skip the real boyfriend-girlfriend part since they already know we're together all this time and the relationship is already so deep. What if they come home, Minnie is streaming with anger, and they casually tell her, we're getting married? Minnie? Oh! Just, oh! They both are coming home together. Chizuru is his back. Kazuya will propose the marriage. Either way, definitely indirectly said she loves him more there. Yeah, but hear me out. What if chapter 388 is almost got there, then Umi shows up and ruins it? No, that'd be stupid as fuck. Nah. They already dealt with the Umi dilemma. It doesn't make sense for him to be there, especially at this time of night. What the fuck is he doing there? Literally, the only character that could possibly show up at this point is Minnie. They're too close to their home. It doesn't make sense for anyone else to be there. It's also late at night. It doesn't make any sense. The only character who could be there is Minnie. That's it. No Umi, no nobody else. It's just Minnie. Umi was not foreshadowed in this entire sequence at all. He was never hinted at. There's no reason for Umi to be there. No, the only person who could show up is Minnie. But what if, as a counter proposal, maybe Kazuya proposes to her at home alone, like he said it? Because remember what Kazuya said? He would propose to her when they're just home alone together. So that could be another thing that happens. Could be either. Damn. Wow, that's so cool. That's so cool that we kind of predicted it all. That's crazy. A joint proposal would be cute. Yeah, they propose to each other. The ring is with Kazuya in his bag. Yeah. Yeah, that's fucking wow. Now, I do think we're going to get a lot of girlfriend-boyfriend shit between them, for sure. Yeah, it really feels like the proposal is going to fucking happen. Like, after you read that, how could you not think, like, they're literally in the scenario? They're literally in the dream scenario. Holy fucking shit. Yeah, no, a fight might happen first, or a talk, or something, right? A talk, something. But they'll have to let some shit out first. The ticket is inside the ring box. Wait, is it? Wait. That would be interesting. The ticket is inside the ring box. Dude. What the fuck? This stream got insane, like midway through. Like midway through our stream, this shit got fucking insane. What just happened? What the fuck just happened? Oh my god. All because we reread a few chapters with the new context that we have that Chizuru's also horny. That's it. That's all it fucking took. Jesus Christ. My god. Breaking news. They both basically need to be on the same page with their feelings, right? Pretty much. Like, damn. This shit's gonna be so interesting, dude. Wow. Imagine Kazuya breaking the silence with Chizuru at his back. Hey, remember when you told the perfect marriage proposal? Damn. If the ticket thing happens, you will all bow to me. I'm not bowing to you, bitch. Biatch. But the ticket showing up would be kind of interesting. Tickets showing up would be kind of interesting. I don't know what that would be in there, but it would be interesting. Maybe Kazuya will get her to use it. Just tell me what you want. Damn. I have a lot of energy coursing through my veins right now, and I don't know where to put it all. Oh, Reiji posted something? Oh, no. Good thing I did not show this. This is on Reiji's subscription. Good thing I did not show this. You're lawless. You have no authority. No bowing today. Oh my god. Is there anything else I should talk about? Is there anything else that I missed? I'm really not sure what else to bring up. The tension is real. Yup. Yup. Speaking of horny, I looked it up online and supposedly Chizuru is 5'4" tall, weighs 117 with a 3DD. Is this accurate? I'm not sure. I know she's 5'4". I know Chizuru is 5'4". I don't know what her actual, like, anything besides that. What does it tell us? Should he have been hyped? Should we even be hyped for what happens later? I think so. I'm pretty convinced that it will happen. So by her monologuing, there are two roads here. Either she continues to tell us what happens on the date night, or it's unfortunately a sad story from the past. No, it's not a sad story. No, it's not a sad story. I think this is literally flipping the script. We're gonna focus on Chizuru at first, but we're gonna flip the script eventually, I think. Marriage proposal in the next 2 chapters. Chizuru hinted at the ticket too after the Ito game. Look at her wording. After the Ito game? Like chapter 302? I don't know, man. I don't know what you're referring to. What, right here? Yeah, of course she looks sad. They just had a breakup, but they're supposed to be together. It's fucked up. They're supposed to be together, bro. Why the fuck do you guys have a breakup? God. Yeah, it's kind of hard to predict at this point, so I'm really not sure. Maybe I should like edit something right now. I don't know. I also want to kind of rewatch the anime, but then we start the new season next week on Tuesday, so that's gonna be crazy. Look at the moon. What do you want me to look at with the moon? It's always this same moon. Reishi always draws the same fucking moon. Like, yes, the moon literally represents femininity. It's if that's what you're pointing out, yes, the moon literally represents femininity. Like, if you want me to delve into that, sure. But yes, the moon literally represents her, whereas the sun represents Kazuya. What could be more fairy tale like than a marriage proposal happening at the end of this date? Tell me about it. Yeah, I definitely think a marriage proposal is totally happening at this point. God. Reishi's cooking us. We're all fucking idiots and Reishi's cooking us, and I love it. I love it. The seeds were all there. We literally just weren't looking. Imagine Kazuya uses the moon as the beautiful tonight line. Maybe. But not as beautiful as you. He is cooking for us. Let me drink some tea. I kind of got too in the zone there. Yeah, I kind of got too in the zone there. So like I lost track of time and I kind of just went ballistic. Let's look at 320 real quick. That was close. That was your chance, you know. Oh my god, you can see it. That's so funny. Right, Master? Oh, yeah. She doesn't notice he's looking at her. I'm pretty much destroying her right now. That's unusual. I don't see that often. Yep, I guess I'm just bad at this. You want to play? Take a look. This is the pattern. First try. What the fuck? Wow, amazing. Master, you might be a natural at this. Hey, Chizuru-san, were you going to stop there? Fuck it. What? You know what? You know what? You know what? I'm going to get good too. Isn't this literally how she describes her feelings towards Sayuri? Who remembers what she said about Sayuri? Let's find it. Chapter 349. Isn't she amazing? She's normally so gentle and cheerful. After seeing this, can you believe this is the same elderly woman who couldn't even read a map? It's honestly refreshing with how unrecognizable she is. She took the movie industry by storm with just one movie. She received more offers than she could count, but she only ever starred in this one movie. I was surprised too. When I first watched this, it was like she mesmerized me, and I've been following the same path as her ever since. I get the urge to watch this movie whenever I feel demotivated. It's strange, but I guess you could say it gives me a burst of energy. She is both my idol and my rival, someone who I will never surpass. Basically, my goal turns to look at him. Isn't he her rival here? In this stupid little game where he just does what she's struggling with super easily without any fucking problems. He's literally her rival. Throws the ball. Damn it, not now, no way, what the heck? Yeah, I got it again. Minnie is succeeding, Chizuru is failing, she's freaking out. Scores gaps is here saying, oh, this is kind of awkward. This is clearly a big point difference now, so maybe you start over at 0 points. What you think? Let me practice a little bit. Practice? She wants to practice a bounce off? Maybe you should bend both your legs. Ah, that didn't work. How about you try changing how you hold it? Like this? Ah, not again. Seriously, I just won't get a win. Isn't that how fitting? Chizuru keeps trying and trying and trying, and it's not working. Isn't that super fitting for what she's trying to do? She keeps trying and trying and trying, and it's literally not working. Let's see what Kazuya says. Minnie says this. At this point, I can only say that the god of bounce off must hate you. No, stop it. You make it sound like I have bad luck in general. Chizuru does not like the idea of having bad luck. She doesn't like the rain. She doesn't like these things. Man, even Mizuhara gets worked up like this sometimes. No, now that I think about it, she's done this before. After living together, I feel like I've realized something. I think the only thing you can do at this point is to get an exorcism. It's not like that helps me right now. I just pray we never hit the agree and continue button again. Mizuhara is our mental girlfriend, so I always thought that she was straightforward and all business. Like this? Yeah, I think you get a better bounce when you get lifts up. But the more I think about it, a rental girlfriend is not supposed to get too close or distance themselves too far from their clients. It's a balance. Maybe her usual poker face and calm attitude is just a product of that. And she's desperately trying to hold herself back from letting her emotions show too much. This girl works hard at everything she does. I don't know why it ended up like this. I could fix it later, I guess. She's super cute even when she's worked up. I did it. It went in. Wow, did you see that? I didn't even make a sound. It was like swish. And that just means it landed right in the middle, right? Oh, and I didn't even have other balls around it. Whoa, 4 of them are even lined up. This is pretty good for a game and... Huh? Well then, I'm off to make bean porridge. That was cute. I nodded so hard in agreement that I almost broke my neck. Just dude. It all connects. Her emotions showing up a little moment, right? She needs to realize that wearing a cat hoodie and eat the fish. She's wearing a cat hoodie and eat that fish. We had the sex chapter at 322. Next chapter is 32. Could be. Kazuya headbanging. My god. It's crazy how it all clicks together. It's crazy how it all fucking clicks together. Dude, I need to, okay. After this, you know what I'm going to do? I have 3 videos I kind of want to make. I have the 2 that I think I'm going to put out right away, which is the Ruka video and the anime video. I'm going to do those first. Those will be the focus. Let me put myself front and center so you guys can see me. So those are the 2 I'm going to do first. The Ruka video and the anime video, mostly because they're almost done. After that, I'm going to make a compilation video of the Chizuru theory, and I'm gonna call it "You Don't Understand Chizuru," and I'm gonna piece all of these together. I'm gonna piece all of these moments together. I'm gonna trim out like where I'm arguing with like random people in the fucking stream, and I'm gonna place it all together so that way like it's something where I'm just like, you don't understand Chizuru's character, and here's why, and it's just me going through it. I'll write like I'll see if I can make it like part script, part me actually going through it. Do you think I should upload my reaction to chapter 382 first? Maybe I could do that first. The chapter 382, I'll do the reaction for that first. Then I'll do those 2 other videos, and then I'll do that big video. I think that would be good. the you don't understand Chizuru video, and then I like that stream was good, right? Remember when we read the Verkez's thing when we sat through it? That was a good stream, right? I would just need to cut it up so it like links up better. But I think like that was a good stream. The only thing I'm wondering is if it's too big, would I need to split it up into multiple parts? So you don't understand Chizuru part 1, part 2, part 3, or some shit like that. Should I keep it all together or should I split it into multiple parts? Maybe I should just keep it together. Yeah, I think I'll just keep it together. I think that'd just be easier than just making multiple parts. And then I guess I could like have some writing in between all of that. God, the beard looks so weird. It's not even done yet. All together. Got it. Okay, so that seems to be the plan. Should I make a video out of this stream? Should I make a video out of this stream? For so like I would do my reaction, I would do this video, and then I would do the other 2 videos. Would that be good? I'm not sure because I feel like there's some really good shit in here. I feel like there's some really really good shit in here. But I'm not sure if this would need to be like its own video, especially the proposal theory. Yeah. I think we definitely want to get out the proposals theory. So I'll try to finish the first one today. I'll try to finish the reaction to this chapter today, and then we'll do the proposal theory. Because what the fuck? That shit is crazy. What the hell? I need to at least post that on Twitter. Make it one single video first. If it turns out to be too long, you can still decide to split it. Yeah. The title of the next chapter is Absolutely Not. Could this be from Chizuru's point of view? Will she be trying to convince herself that she's absolutely not allowed to feel a desire for closeness with Kazuya? Yeah, we already discussed this. But here, let's get into it. Again, just one last time for you. Right here, most of all, I never thought I could allow myself to be someone's girlfriend. She uses the exact Japanese phrasing of absolutely not that is in the teaser right here. Most of all, I never thought I could allow myself to be someone's girlfriend. Most of all, I absolutely could not allow myself to be someone's girlfriend. She uses this exact phrasing. She uses a similar phrasing at the end of Paradise, where she says, I should not fall in love with a client. When she says that, she says the same exact phrase, but it doesn't have the absolutely. She just says not. I cannot. That's what she says. She uses half of it. Yeah, that's what she's saying here. That's why, like, when I was reading this, I kept saying this line is super important, and people would not believe me. This line is super mega important. Oh, you guys can't see. Oh my God, you guys can't see. I made a mistake. This line, right here, chapter 379, this line right here. Most of all, I never thought I could allow myself to be someone's girlfriend. When she says that right here, this is literally the line she says. The absolutely not. It's literally written the same exact way. And in the end of Paradise, where she says, I feel like I'm not allowed to fall in love with a client. Literally the same exact line. And we already explained what Chizuru was feeling then. That Chizuru was literally horny as shit, and she's being conditioned that she's not allowed to feel this way. Like, she's literally being told, you can't feel this way, you're a bad person for feeling this way. So, yeah. Jesus Christ. Holy crap. Dude, I need to at least post the proposal theory on Twitter. I'll just do it now. You guys can watch me. Post. There we go. What was she? I gotta make sure I have the thing she says. Would you make me miso soup every morning? Oh my god. Oh my god. I just realized something. Oh my god. We Chapter 200. Oh my fucking god. What? This is fucking with my brain. This is I found another thing. God damn. Okay, there it is. Okay. Okay. What do we remember about chapter 297? We just read this. We just read this. We just read this. Kazuya wakes up in the morning. He says it's a truly beautiful morning. It's a late spring morning, and I wake up to the sound of Mizuhara chopping with a knife. All my alarm sounds are garbage compared to this. What a lovely rhythm melody. Mizuhara is amazing at cooking. I mean, I might fall asleep again. Imagine if every morning was like this. Good morning, Kazuya. It's your favorite faux miso soup. Oh my god. She literally said what he was thinking. Oh my god. This is crazy. And what did Kazuya think when they went to the nursery? What did Kazuya think when they went to the nursery? Mizuhara taking care of children, but right now maybe we could have taken a stroll through a park. Instead, I have her helping her. Is she really okay with all of this? And, well, shit. Seeking her, taking care of the children is mind-blowing. She looks so good in Ibirn, like it was practically made for her. The way she tied back her hair for comfort, and even the gentle, heartwarming smile she gives the children. It's all perfect. Is she an angel, the Holy Mother? And then he flew away. Wait, are those supposed to be trick names? Let's see. What does Kazuya say? Kazuya says something else. Still, Mizuhara is so amazed she's already part of the group. It looks like she's getting along fine with moms too. That's a relief. She got dragged into this because of me, and yet she's putting so much effort into it. Seriously, just how nice can she be? I never knew that Mizuhara has such a way with children. I can't help but imagining us having our own home. I'm sure in the house she's with me and our children are with us. I wonder if Mizuhara ever thought about how many kids she'd want. What does she fucking ask him? I think she'd be such a good mom. She'd be pretty kind and a hard worker, the kind of mom her kids would adore. If I had a wife like her, it'd be heaven on earth. Touches the boobs. By God. By God. Slight correction, the absolutely not in Chizuru's words is when she says, it was wrong to fall in love with a client. I was absolutely not fall in love with a client. She doesn't say, what? Whoa. Vekas, what the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? Are you referring to this or are you referring to chapter 231? Because she's not... She says here, someone's girlfriend. That's more than a client. It was wrong to fall in love with a client. Are you referring... No, because if you're looking at chapter 231, she doesn't say Zaradame, which is absolutely not. She just says, I cannot. She doesn't say absolutely not. She never says the whole phrase in chapter 231. The bubble to the right of that? Come on, it's nothing like that. Didn't I tell you? Because I shouldn't fall in love with a client. Are you referring to this? Are you referring to this? Because Crumpy told me in this one, she doesn't use the complete phrase. She just uses part of it. Whereas with this one right here, yeah, this one right here, she's not referring to clients. She's not referring to a client. She's saying, I absolutely cannot be someone's girlfriend. That's more intense than I can't be a girlfriend of a client. I can't fall in love with a client. So she says this about the client, but here is where she says, I absolutely cannot fall in love with a client. Or no, I absolutely cannot be myself someone's girlfriend. She doesn't. Here, let's pull up what Crumpy showed me. Oh. Never mind. You were right. Never mind. Okay. I take it back. You were correct. She says it here. She says it here that it was wrong to fall in love with the client. I absolutely could not fall in love with the client. Okay. You got me. I was right. I mean, you were right. You got me. The phrase that has the absolutely not in the Japanese is that I always thought that it was wrong to fall in love with a client. The sentence has the absolutely not in it. Yeah. So, there you go. You got me. Okay, so that's what that was. Okay, so the phrase I absolutely could not fall in love with a client, that's what it was right here, which connects directly to this one right here. Okay. That makes sense. So it's a direct connection. It's a very direct connection to the two sentences. That makes a lot of sense, actually. The fact that it's a very direct connection between the two. Okay, that makes a lot more sense, actually. That it's a very direct connection between the two. Specifically, absolutely not cannot fall in love with a client. Okay. Yeah, just like how the opening page of chapter 382 is a direct reference to paradise. Like, this isn't even subtle. It's about paradise. It's not even subtle. It's literally about paradise. It's literally chapter 2. Oh my God. Part 31. What part was this? Oh, wow. The final chapter of Paradise is chapter 231. Part 31. Wow. Dude, that's kind of crazy. And if you remove the 231. That's kind of crazy. Wow. Yeah, light contrasted by darkness, yeah. Wow, so used to saying I was right, you slipped up, lol. Yeah, I'm a little too used to it. I'm a little too used to it because usually I am fucking right about this shit. But no, you guys were, what's his name? Bearkez was right. I was wrong. I'm too used to it. Y'all got me. So yeah, that's kind of crazy. This is a direct reference to Paradise. What timing too? Like the timing is kind of fucking crazy. That's kind of bonkers. Okay, so I was writing the thing on Twitter. Discovered that something crazy on the stream. When we were reading chapter 301, Chizuru says her ideal marriage proposal is when they're walking home and he asks her, "Do you make miso soup for me every morning?" Kazuya literally has the ring. Let's see. Fate reminds me of that goof in the comments insisting he was right. Shut up. Stop comparing me to fucking jackasses. Don't do that. It ain't happening, bro. He ain't proposing to her after the walk home. I'm gonna post it. Yeah, I don't fucking care, dude. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I already made a wrong prediction earlier. I don't fucking care. Kazuya literally, yeah. Or would you make me miso soup every morning? Kazuya literally has the ring right now. Before this, in chapter 297, pretty sure it's 97. Let's make sure I got it. What if Chizuru says, um, uh, what is it? What if Chizuru says, I absolutely cannot fall in love with a client? Then Kazuya would be like, okay, I'm not a client anymore then, right? Because he hasn't been a client. So wouldn't that be interesting as like a flip of the script? I'm not a client anymore then. I'm asking for your hand then, right? Flips the whole damn script. That'd be kind of cool. That'd be kind of crazy. Okay. Gotta see Kazuya hit up the gym with his boy Kibe. No. No. I miss Kibe. I don't. Is this a turning point where Kazuya starts becoming a Chad? Dude, Kazuya's always been a Chad. Kazuya's always been a Chad. It actually really annoys me when people say Kazuya needs to become a Chad. I'm like, nah, bitch, he's always been a Chad. She literally says he's like a fucking dream, dude. You're already here for your chaos theory. Fire starter. I think we need Kazuya to hit him with the gym with Kiba and she'll be fire, bro. Meh. I think Kazuya should work out because he wants to, not because he feels like he needs to. Having Chizuru miss Kazuya and have are you Avid? Are you what's his name? Ottoman Roots? Are you Ottoman Roots? You're talking a lot like him. Yeah. So, Mr. Ottoman Roots over here, Avdi, believes in the separation arc. I'm gonna out your feelings, man. Separation arc, my butt. I don't believe in that crap. We aren't getting a separation arc. Okay. So yeah, we posted this. Yeah, that shit was crazy. That shit was fucking crazy. We discovered some wacky crap here, dude. That shit was insane. Yeah. Also, this post getting, oh my god, we're at 800 likes. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm glad I'm starting to reach some people though. Genuinely, I'm kind of glad I'm starting to reach some people, whether it be through streaming or this. That's why, like, I hope I can do more, especially when the anime comes out. I really, I'm gonna say it as straight as possible. I really want to introduce the Rent-A-Girlfriend revisionism. I really want to introduce the Rent-A-Girlfriend revisionism. You're all wrong. You were all wrong from the start. Oh yeah, I kind of like legit. I kind of want to be the face of this shit, and I get it. That is selfish. That is inherently selfish. But I am committed to that selfishness. I am so committed to that selfishness, dude. I am completely okay with it. I'm okay with just like, oh, he's a selfish asshole. Yeah, that's fine. I just really want to be the front of this because like I've believed in this series from the start. I really want to make something good for it. I really want people to appreciate it, but I want to be the face of it. But it's okay, honestly. If other people just start appreciating the series and their mind shift shifts, I that would still make me happy. I know it'll never be like everybody likes it because this isn't a story where everybody likes it. But I really want to change that perspective, you know. Bro, I'm sorry to tell you, you really weren't the only one who told me to live stream. Like, if anything, I think the closest person who got me to do it was Lawless Bacon. Because like you mentioned it to me before, but I never like agreed to it. I talked to a lot of different people about live streaming. I talked to my family, I talked to friends, I talked to someone who does live stream. But ultimately, I recall like talking to Lawless Bacon about it, and he gave me some ideas of how to approach it. And then I decided, you know what, I'll live stream. So like you weren't the only one. Literally everybody was telling me to do it. You weren't the only one. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be mean or anything. But yeah, I was just trying to point that out. What's this? Is this true? What is? The future narration in Kanokari? Uh, 63 Radio mentions how about how Kazi seems to be narrating from the future. Is there any special meaning to it? Reiji says there's no particular special meaning, nor it might even tie to the future chapters for the future Kazi narration. As for using the narrative from the future, he feels that it fits with Kazi's POV at the moment, his deepest feelings about the situation then. With Reiji meant is that there is no special meaning from the panel because he just felt that this is the most appropriate to use the context future narrative to translate what Kazi is feeling at that point. Yeah, yeah, future Kazuya only references back to his feelings and thoughts back then, never the future. Readers also commented that 163 has a strong Maison Ikoku feeling to it, and whether it's intentional. Reiji admitted it in laughs. Both him and the initial editor like Maison a lot, so there are moments where he felt inspired by Maison and would like to show something similar in his work. To be more accurate, he and his editor acknowledged that they love Maison Ikoku. There are similarities, but he never said explicitly he's recreating and replicating Maison Ikoku. For chapter 164, Reiji originally wants to make a page for each change expression of Chizuru in chapter 164, but editor just said it is completely impossible as it will become a big chapter page for the week. So instead, 12 pages of Chizuru breaking down. The final version is 2 panels in each page, thus reducing it for 6 pages. He already has the idea of months back because he wanted to portray Chizuru's reaction to the sudden uncontrollable crying. Yes, I remember this. I recall reading this. Yes, all of this is true. Everything you just read is completely accurate. So yeah, no, all of it is completely true. Like literally what this person said. Yeah. The future narration here, is definitely playing into that feeling. So it is both true and nodding to something. So yes, this is accurate. This is definitely 100% accurate. I don't remember what interview this was from though. I remember the interview, but what happened recently is still pretty significant, isn't it? Yeah, right. Plus, this is chapter 164 versus now. This is not necessarily the same thing. It's the first time I remember Chizuru doing the future narration, flips the perspective from Kazuya to her. Reiji says at the beginning of the interview that the style of narration is meant to express the deepest feelings of the situation, which I think is pretty relevant. Yep. No, it is also possible he changed his mind about this a lot of times since past the interview. Yes, it's been a very long time since the interview. He could have very easily changed his mind. While the future narration always comes right before big events, or in the case of chapter 116, right after, I feel like the only thing we can say for certain is there's a big event associated with this. It could be as simple as Chizuru fully realized her feelings when nestled across Kazuya for 15 minutes, which doesn't necessarily mean they get together right this minute, but would be a huge event in the story. Good catch. Is there something else? I remember wherever the backstory, main character is different, comes up for fans. My name is Chizuru, girlfriend. I used to believe that men, blah, 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 blah. Still, even now, I remember the way back home. The night and the person who changed her beliefs, being with him felt like I was inside of a story. It means the night was so much bright for her. The night that everything changed, her perspective to see the world, the meaning of love for her, the dream that she felt impossible wasn't impossible at all. The effort she put in wasn't unrewarded at all. And Kazuya, him, is the one that changed it in such a way that she felt like she was some princess who was sealed in a void of sorrow and sadness, and he was the hero who took her out of that darkness into the bright light. Like the last page showing they're coming from the dark side to the moonlight brightness. And it feels like a story because in reality she never saw something ever before. Yeah, I like this. That's pretty much how I feel. It literally feels like, yeah, I need this. This is the time when the story changes everything. I wouldn't be surprised if the next chapter focuses onto his issues, and next chapter focuses on resolving. This is actually looking like she used to. It's actually looking like she used to believe in the past and how she changes her world and beliefs that it felt like she is inside a story. This doesn't refer any ways that they're not together. Yeah, there's not at any point that she ever says that they're not together. It's just because it has the words was. Translation of the interview. Pretty sure I have this saved. I knew it. I knew I had it saved. Yeah, this was indeed interesting. I was listening to your explanation. All my close friends shit on Kanokari and constantly call Chizuru processes, so it's hard to discuss anything with them. Thank you, Fate. Keep it up. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry if this is how your friends feel. Like, you should really kind of call them out on that. Like, maybe do it in a way you're comfortable with, but the fact that they can only ever see Chizuru this way is really shitty. I had a friend who was doing the same thing, and I called him out. When he stopped listening, I stopped discussing it with him. Like, I just and then much later he came to me and we talked, and like he actually wanted to learn something, and I'm like, oh shit, okay. And then we cleared it up, and he's like, oh okay, my bad, I misunderstood. I'm like, yeah, you're a dipshit. I'll leave the glory to you, YouTube. I want the fame and the subreddit that I converted people. I'm selfish as well. So yeah. Let me respond to this person. They posted it. Yes, it is. It was at this point he knew he fucked up. I love the TLDR hater friends dilemma. Yup. Ooh, that's a good way of putting it. Definitely the TLDR hater friend dilemma. Yup. Ugh. Good approach. It's important not to force your view as a friend, even if they think yours is the correct one. Yeah, I just stopped engaging, right? Like if you notice they're not going to talk to you, there's no point. If you notice the person is not going to engage with you, just don't fucking bother. Move on with your day. What's the point of like causing issues if they're not talking to you? I have a lot of friends who are kind of like this sometimes. Like they're not really going to listen sometimes. And it's like, there's no point in engaging. Just don't worry about it. Talk about other shit. Sometimes it's just how it is. You're not going to change their mind. There's no fucking point. So just don't talk about it until maybe you feel like you can. Then it's okay. Yeah, like if you don't think you can engage, dude, don't bother. It's okay. There's literally like there's no point. If you don't think you can do anything, just don't engage. Just don't mention it. If they bring it up, just be like, sorry, I don't want to talk about this. It's that simple. I don't want to talk about this. Move on. Just go out with your day, be done with it. Yeah. Just stop talking about it. You're outnumbered. Yeah, like again, it's the only reason my friends kind of changed their view a little bit was literally because of chapter 380. Because they saw how people were attacking Chizuru and they're like, well, this is kind of vile. This is kind of vile as shit. Hey, can you actually like explain what's going on? And I explained it to them and they're like, oh, I see. And I'm like, yeah, people are just misogynistic fuckers. Anywho. What else? Yeah, we posted that. I should definitely here. I'll read what this person wrote one more time because I agree with this. Remember, whenever a backstory of some character in different mangas comes up in front of the fans. My name is Chizuru Ichinose, an actress and a rental girlfriend, as if she used to be one. I used to believe that movies and books are all fiction. The world is full of harsh realities, impossible dreams, unrewarded efforts, and unrequited feelings. Love. Still, even now, I remember the way home that night. The night that the person who changed her beliefs. Being with him felt like I was inside of a story. Means that the night was so bright, was so much bright, that it means the night was so bright for her that it means that the night was so bright for her that it was the night that everything changed. Her perspective to see the world, the meaning of love for her, the dream that she felt impossible wasn't impossible at all. The effort she put in wasn't unrewarded at all, and Kazuya, him, is the one who changed it in such a way that she felt like she was some princess who was sealed in a void of sorrow and sadness, and he was the hero who took her out from the darkness and into the bright side, or into the bright light. Like the last page showing they're coming from the dark side of the moonlight onto the bright side. And it feels like it feels to her like a story because in reality she never saw something ever happen. She's never seen something like this ever happen before. Yeah. One thing I did say this as well, and again we kind of got hints of this too. For instance, in chapter 377, I mentioned this last stream. When they get to the beach, look at what she says. Here it is, the Statue of Liberty. The statue representing liberty and freedom. This might be my first time seeing it up close, really, even though I've been to Odaiba many times. I might have just fooled myself into thinking I've seen all of this before. My perspective is changing. You are literally getting hints of the perspective change and how it's all gonna flip. Kazuya about to do some epic shit. Kazuya is about to do some epic fucking shit. My boy. My king. I love him. Johan, people understand that the rejection allows them to be themselves, truth, instead of focusing on the answer in the investigation, which constantly influenced their actions and dialogue. The constant issue they had within the day was that every action Kazuya had was to have a better result rather than what he truly felt, such as the questions of the fortune telling. In the words of Palpatine, Chizuru and Kazuya just need to do it. Do it. Do it. Going back to the chapter where Kazuya held Chizuru, bro, do you think she intentionally left it in the dryer? No, it wasn't intentional. She didn't know. What she did do intentionally. So, okay. She did not leave it intentionally, but what that's contrasted by is she stays in the room intentionally. So remember, she walks into the room. Chizuru in chapter 299 walks into the room and she stays there. She literally stays in the room. And it's intentional because she wants to be around him. What she didn't realize is what was going on with Kazuya. So let me pull it up. She walks into the room and listen to what Kazuya says. Maybe she realized one of her paws is missing. Why is she staying here for so long anyway? And why the kitchen of all places? Does she come here just to drink tea? Right? Kazuya is so focused on the bra situation, he doesn't know why she's staying here. She's staying here because she wants to be around him. I knew it. This must be Mizuhara's. Trips and falls. Minnie takes credit for it, and Kazuya doesn't know. And Kazuya says, don't be stupid. I didn't have any hopes for this. It creates a misunderstanding. There you go. Okay. Okay. So, yes, the idea of changing perspectives and literally flipping your world over, it was literally being foreshadowed. It was literally being foreshadowed. Kazuya's going to give her the answer. She's going to fucking know. Holy shit, it's all coming true. I hope he will keep Chizuru's POV for a while and see Kazuya's from her perspective. I'm sure he would be a very impressive picture. Yeah, Kazuya is about to do some crazy shit. Kazuya is about to do some crazy shit. That's my boy right there. That was my attempt at Negan. Not very good at it. Need some practice. Okay. How long have we been streaming? 4 hours and 16 minutes. I think this is a good spot to stop. I'll give it 2 more minutes so we hit the exact 30 mark. Not gonna lie, a condom falling out of Chizuru's purse would be a bigger plot twist than it was Basement in the Attack on Titan. It's totally possible. Totally possible. You'll never know. But Kazuya's condom falling out makes a lot more sense. Marry me, Chizuru Ichinose. It's a coming. Oh, damn. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Bro, the reread was so fucking worth it. The reread was so fucking worth it. Jesus Christ. I also really want to put out some videos right now. So I think now is like a good time to try and maybe end this stream. So that way I can focus on that. You can't put the ring yet. Here, let me do it for you. Damn. Damn. I hope my boy will be cooking for Chizuru. Dude, I think Kazuya is going to solve it all. He's going to see everything. His questions, everything is going to come out. Literally, Chizuru's dialogue is clearly indicating what's going on. The Fate diss track. Oh my god. That would be the hate video. That would be the hate video. That's the diss track. That would be what that is. That would be my diss track. You're all gonna fucking die. Oh my god. I kind of want to get to 420 because that would be perfect. It's 4 minutes 17, so we're gonna get to 420. So I can talk for like 2 more minutes. So yeah, 2 more minutes. As usual, parser peak, and when you get back, there's so much more foreshadowing than many of us realize. Yeah, this shit's fucking crazy, dude. I cannot believe that was there. This shit's fucking crazy. That's at hater bingo card included. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's gonna be fun. That's gonna be fun. What if the series ended at 420? Lol. See, it does feel like we're reaching some sort of conclusion. But I hope it's not just over because there's a lot of stuff in the background still happening. So even though I think the proposal will happen and they'll get together by this date, I hope it doesn't just end because there's still a lot to be resolved. There's a lot of shit happening in the background, especially like we need an entire mommy arc. We need an entire mommy arc. We need a Ruka arc. We need like so much shit. We need like a Chizuru arc. Reishi smoking weed. I don't think Reishi smokes weed. I don't think so. That dude's too busy talking about movies. He like me for real though. I'm a movie bitch too. Johan, I'm a couple hours behind the stream, but had a thought with contrast. Okay. What do you want to share? We need Kazuya's grandma arc. We need a Chizuru dad arc. I don't know about the Chizuru dad arc, but we definitely need a Kazuya family arc. We need a mommy arc. Maybe a Kazuya family arc and a mommy arc together. Those could be a good contrast. We need them like adjusting to the home arc. There's still a lot, dude. What if we see Chad Kazuya kiss Chizuru as the opposite of the kiss? Engagement arc peak. I think Kazuya would totally kiss her. That would be super fitting. Kazuya kissing Chizuru, bro. Yes, 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 yes. Where Mizuhara freaks out and Kazuya is cool. Yeah. No, I could definitely see Kazuya totally kissing Chizuru. Reiji for sure drinks. Oh, Reiji drinks. I know Reiji drinks. I don't know about smoking. I don't think he's a smoker. He said he's actually toned down the drinking a lot because he doesn't want to. I think he said he like relied too much on drinking or something. So he said this was a while back. He used to drink a lot with his coworkers, and he said he doesn't really do that anymore. He's toned down the drinking quite a lot, which kind of matches the story where the characters pretty much stop drinking. He even jokes about it, which is her telling him not to drink. Like she tells Kazuya, "Don't drink." I don't think we go further than a kiss tonight. Like you said, there's a lot of story left. The development between them will be a bit more spread out, in my opinion. I definitely think they will kiss and hug, and they will do like all the physical touchy stuff, and then it will eventually okay, sex may not happen. There's a chance it still will. I'm still believing in that chance of sex possibly happening because there's a lot of hints of sex possibly still happening, but fight, kiss, propose, sex. Yes. Oh my god. Still confident in that one. Wow. This stream was amazing. This stream was amazing. Dude, this stream was badonkers. How that's so cool that we found all of this shit out just by rereading some chapters. This stream was actually really cool. 20-year time skip to Kazuya attending his daughter's wedding with Chizuru. I think Reiji still has a lot of story left to tell. And I'm just very curious how he will be telling it. I'm very curious how he will be telling it. Kazuya kisses Chizuru, then stresses over it, thinking he did too much, not knowing that it makes Chizuru love him more now. Yeah. I feel good. Okay. We reached 422, 4 hours and 22 minutes. I think now is a good game. Yeah, the Ito game was so innocent. It was. The innocence of basically the story contrasts innocence with their dark desires constantly on purpose. That's part of the storytelling. So, yeah. Yeah, there you go. Okay. I think now is a good spot to wrap it up. I've been at it for a little bit. I think this will be a perfect time to start editing. I would really like to make some editing. Let's make it 4:30. Oh, for fuck's sake. Fine. You get another 8 minutes with me or another 7 minutes with me. Fine. Who sent me a message? What's up? So we already established that Chizuru words were basically whatever Kazuya isn't around. She is a harsh reality, but whenever she's with him, she feels like she is in a story. And the future Chizuru is reflecting both the present and the past, but written in the way to mislead people on purpose, correct? It's not, no, I don't think it's misleading. It's not intentionally misleading people. My first interpretation was that it was misleading people. My second interpretation is no, she's not misleading people. It's not intentionally designed to mislead you. I don't think it's meant to mislead you. That's my initial interpretation from the thread. I'd probably delete that, but there's no point. I corrected myself later. It's not intentionally designed to mislead you. Hopefully Eddie Man is watching this. I'm answering on stream. Whatever, I misspelled everything. Yeah, let me find what I wrote because I wrote something to kind of say no, it's not intentionally misleading us. Um, right here. This is completely future Chizuru, and rather it's highlighting the importance of that walk considering how she seems to remember it. Just like how we are told the rain represents importance moments for her. Like it made her believe that dreams come true. Like I said, the story wants us to hope and and dream here. To look forward to tomorrow. So Chizuru feels like she is in a story. So Chizuru feeling like she's in a story highlights that something amazing might happen on the walk, or something amazing is going to happen on that walk home that will change the whole narrative up until this point. Rewrite the bad ending to good. Kazuya is about to be an insane fucking Chad. Kazuya is about to do some crazy fucking shit. Like, absolutely crazy fucking shit. He's gonna rewrite the entire story. Cause he is my fucking boy! Yes, let the lust flow through you, Palpatine. Palpatine to both of them, not just Chizuru. I'm honestly take credit for all the streams, not bragging or patting myself out the beautiful back, just saying totally humble and virtuous. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Nah, bitch. You don't even get credit either. I just happened to come to you when I wanted to do it. I'd also like to take my piece of the stream pie. Oh my god, okay. None of you get credit anymore. None of you get credit anymore. You all suck collectively. None of you get credit anymore. Do you think Kazuya made a mistake by not simply holding or simply hand holding or simply saying sweet love talking to Chizuru during the day? Yes and no. Yes and no. Yes, not holding her hand and not physically initiating anything was a mistake. And he never asks, he never tries to do anything. That was partially a mistake, yes. I don't know about sweet love making. A sweet love talking to Chizuru. He tries, but he's not Kazuya struggles with it because he's trying to live up to what he thinks he should be. So that's kind of the misunderstanding. It's misunderstanding built on the investigation. That's all. It's not that yes, he made a mistake in not initiating anything, but it's not like he didn't try, right? It's just a mistake created by the situation they were in, and that situation is now gone. So because it's gone, now we're getting to that good result. I don't need to be given credit. I'll just take it, despite not knowing you or the series a month ago. Lol. I'll just take credit for something I didn't even fucking do. Classic Americans. I don't even know if you're American, but that's very a classic American mentality, taking credit for things we didn't fucking do. I didn't even say I was the only one who said it. I know. I was just giving you shit, dude. I was just giving you shit. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'm giving them shit too. Don't even give them. I'm just giving them shit too. Yeah, I'm not like yeah, you may not be American, but you sure are thinking like one. I'll forever hold credit for the haters bingo card and the TLDR haters. That actually does completely goes to you. That actually does completely go to you, Cyber Demon. You actually did come up with that shit. You are 100%. Literally, you were the one who came up with that. Straight up. TLDR haters and the hating bingo card, he's the one who came up with it. I vividly recall. So yes, he's right. After Umi confessed, Chizuru told Kazuya, "It never seems to rain when I go out with you. It rains on the first date." Is this a metaphor for Kazuya to weather the storm and keep trying? Yeah. I mean, the way the very, very beginning of the date starts reflects how the date ends. So the date starts like bro. Let's go to it. Let's go to it. When you see this, do you think this is going to end well? When you see this, is your first thought, "Wow, that's such a great date"? No, this looks like a fucking horror movie by design. And what happens? Kazuya sees that. He's like, maybe we should cancel. And then he's like, no, I know I can't. I can never delay this date, even if it killed me. I gotta do it. I gotta keep doing this. Son of a bitch, you can't see. Son of a bitch, you can't see. Thank God. Horror movie. Horror movie. Horror movie. Horror movie. Okay. Kazuya sees this. And he says, no, I can't. I could never delay this date, even if it killed me. Gets dressed, gets ready. Condoms. 4 of them. Chizuru's number is 4. These are the 4 condoms Kazuya took while he went to the DVD stores. And he takes a single one. What's Chizuru's last name, motherfuckers? Ichinose. Ichi. Single. 1. Puts it in. Believes. There's an intentional focus on this. Kazuya steps out during the rain. He's all set. And Chizuru isn't coming out. What am I supposed to say? That she's cute? I have to. Just 5 minutes left. Literally, it's almost over. Is she really coming? Maybe it was all a joke. Shows up. But where does she show up from? Not from where he expected, but from behind. Not from where he expected, but from behind. Okay? That's where she shows up. She doesn't show up from where he expected. Just as, where is she right now at the very end of the date? She's on his back. Literally the same thing happens. We're literally back in the same exact spot. Just as the date started with the unexpected pain of the rain and Chizuru showing up from a place we did not expect, so too does it end that way too. But now Kazuya is the one who's doing something Chizuru doesn't expect. Okay? But wow, look at all this rain. We might be soaked by the time we get there. Do we have to cancel? No. Well then, shall we go? Chizuru's the one who initiates and continues the date from the start. But guess who ends it? Kazuya. Chizuru's the one who initiates and guides him through the entire date, but Kazuya is the one who ends the date. Kazuya is the one who started it all. Kazuya is the one who ends it all. Literally, as it starts is how it ends. It starts with the pain and the tragedy of the Ichinose family. Literally, it's the first thing it pans to. That's what the rain represents, the pain and tragedy of the Ichinose family. However, it's also an important moment. That's what the rain represents. It's a very important moment, but it's also reflective of the pain and tragedy of the Ichinose household, of the lineage that Chizuru has gone through. It is like, look at all of this pain and somehow make it all work out. Kazuya is like, I have to fight all that? What the shit? And he wins. And he fucking wins. That's the point. Getting shown the impossible odds and still choosing to keep moving forward and make the reality you want to happen. I know you don't care, but Chibi Reviews tweeted the recent chapter and it legit thinks they're going to separate, even though this was watching, streaming, milking for content. I've said this before, I'll say it again. Chibi Reviews is a grifter, dude. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. I knew he would say this. I'm pretty sure I saw that tweet. I think it came up in my feed somehow, which is really weird. I have him muted. So I have Chibi Reviews muted. But some fucking way, someone will comment on him. I'll see it's muted. And I'll be like, who is it? And I'll click on it and it's fucking him. This has happened to me like 5 times. His shit keeps coming up in my feed like that. I'm not even fucking subscribed to him on YouTube anymore. I used to be a long time ago. I'm not anymore. And he still comes up in my feed. And now, recently, I've been getting a lot of like super tiny accounts saying this story shit. They literally have like 1 view after like 12 hours. And for some reason that gets sent to me. I'm like, but why? But why? It would be hilarious if we get a POV flashback of Chizuru getting the blister and thinking of Kazuya rescheduling the date, then thinking, hell no, I'm just excited to be there, motherfucker. Oh my god, yes! That would be interesting. So, TLD, remind me of the stream real quick. Oh my... I don't know where to begin, bro. I posted some of it on Twitter where I said that we read through chapter 300. We read through chapter 297 to chapter 302. And yeah, remember how when they were playing the Ito game, Chizuru pulls out the... Chizuru gets the 100 card. And she says what kind of marriage she would like a marriage proposal she would like. And the marriage proposal is literally, we're walking home after groceries, and he tells me, would you make miso soup for me every morning? They're walking home, and Kazuya has the fucking ring. Bro. TLDR. Damn it. No, we TLDR'd. No. We also went and did a lot of reading. We did a lot of other things. We went through the chapter and talked about the meaning of that final thing. Yeah, it's totally happening. Bro, you're still live. I know. I was supposed to end it, but we're still here. The fact that he did the bullshit to earn 50K money for clicks. Dude, that's so obnoxious. They don't even bother checking it. That's the annoying part, is like people just regurgitate what other people say and they don't even bother checking it. It's like, at least check if you're right. At least bother to check if you're right before you go regurgitating what other people say. But nah. I didn't mean to turn the ties with stream Chibi. Great analysis of the stream. So it doesn't matter. I'll just cut that part out. Who fucking cares? That's not going to be relevant to, like, when I make the video, that's not going to be in there. It doesn't fucking matter. Do you have to stop at a store? They might. Maybe they'll stop at a store to get like a Band-Aid for her. So technically they would go grocery shopping. Also, Kazuya's was that he's at home alone with her, and she just asks him, "Would you marry me?" So what if both happen? What if both of them happen? Kazuya says it, and then she says it too. And then they also kiss. And there might be a small fight. So, fight, kiss, propose, sex! Right, I've matched it's $18K dollars. Really? I've done the math. I mean, that sounds about right. About 16 to 18K, that sounds about right. Considering, like, the amount he spent. Everything Fate said, I say too. No regurgitating. I've never wanted to see the manga panel of Kazuya eating miso soup so badly in my life. Make me miso soup every day. I swear if Minnie interrupts them. Oh, Minnie will be part of a fight. Minnie will be there at the very end. I think when they get home, Minnie is going to do something. We'll see. But no. Based on what Chizuru said, like literally, Kazuya changes her whole fucking world. Like, bro, the way she says it, even now, I remember that walk home. It's like this walk completely changed her POV. This walk completely changed this perspective that you have impossible dreams, your unrewarded efforts, and your unrequited feelings. This walk is going to completely change that. And it's going to flip the whole fucking script. That's what this is telling me. And that's why she feels like she's a princess in his story. Because Kazuya is gonna fucking flip the whole fucking script. Do we tell Minnie we proposed? Absolutely not. Bro. I don't know if it'll happen that way, but I think that absolutely not will be about Chizuru's absolutely not when it comes to dating clients. So we'll have to go with that probably. But maybe a subversion there. I want to do a video. Should I? I don't know. Up to you. I'll send you the correct me, and then I post it on fact check hate videos. Up to you, buddy. If you want to make a video, go ahead. You know, Kibe has always nagged about when you're putting a ring on, so it makes sense. Everyone has. Minnie enters the room at the moment that Kazuya proposes. No, Minnie! No, I think they'll be good. Their names have a similar rhythm too. Kazuya has spent about 4K on dates over 2 years. The average person spends 2K a year on dates. Reishi knows what he's doing. Kazuya isn't spending crazy money. Yeah. And Chizuru limits him actively. Don't spend too much. Limit how much you spend. Go for it, Edamaton. Imagine if the condom falls onto the floor and Chizuru sees it. I think that's going to definitely happen. Let's be real. That's probably definitely going to happen. A proposal will be some kind of unexpected, even with all the hints. Yeah, I think it's going to happen. Dude, we are going to the promised land. We are reaching the promised land. Some Final Fantasy VII shit. Imagine if Chizuru drops a flavored condom on the floor. Jesus Christ. Or if Chizuru accidentally grabs it. Yeah, I think the condom is definitely showing up. Whether it be from Chizuru, from Kazuya, or from both. Okay. We reached 4 minutes 39 seconds. We've been at it a little bit. Taste the rainbow. Maybe 440. Fine. You get one last minute. I'd like it to be a clean 40 cut. Kazuya looking for the ring to complete the proposal and the condom falling out of it. Oh my god. That would be funny, actually. That would be so fitting. Kazuya wants to pull out the ring and he drops the wallet and the wallet drops his condom. That would be so fitting. And that would make her say yes. That would be so fitting. Imagine the ring and the condom both fall on the floor. Kazuya then has to make a choice. The true duality of man. Yeah, I think it will be funny like that. Hey, do you remember the chat given by Kazuya to Ichinose in her birthday saying, do anything I want? Yeah, the ticket. Yeah, the ticket. That might come into play too. So fact check is 2 years in timeline, right? Because that is about 5 months from Paradise. It's 2.5 years, I would think. 2.5 years. He puts the ring on the wrong finger. And Paradise has said 1 year and a half. It's supposed to be like what? Is it saying 1 year and a half in Paradise? I thought it was like 2 years. Maybe 2 years and a half is by this point in the story. But in Paradise and the 3 months, it was about 2 years. Yeah. Skittles flavored condom fills out. Taste the rainbow. Shut up. God. That's so bad. Okay. I think I've streamed enough. I think now it's time to stop. We've been at it for a little bit. Kazuya asked me what to choose. I'll tell what Kazuya will say. Guys, ask me what I have to choose. I'll tell you what Kazuya will say. What? Anyway. We're going to stop for now. Thank you guys for watching. This was fun. Middle school jokes. Well, this was fun. I hope you guys enjoyed. Shit. Just me. There we go. For those who are new, consider subscribing, hit the like button, hit the bell icon, keep up with the uploads. For those who have been here a long time, thank you. I appreciate the support. Also consider supporting me on Patreon if you're interested. I also have a Discord. It is in the description. I don't know if it's I don't know if it's like on the channel, but just check the description of the video. It should be there. So you should check that out too. You can talk to me directly. Just be respectful and nice and don't be an asshole and I won't kick you. Anywho, I've been Fate. I'm going to be working on some few stuff right now. And remember, fellas, let's mosey. Whew. Thanks for streaming, even I was late. It's okay. The relationship has been going for so long. Skipping the official dating part straight to marriage is a good angle. Yep. And sex. Right. One last time, fellas. One last time. Do it with me. Fight. Kiss. Propose. Sex. It's totally fucking happening, dude. It's totally fucking happening. The hopium is unbelievably real. See you later, fellas. See you later. It was fun. It's fun. Oh yeah, I didn't share. So on my birthday, my mom, the total Chad that she is, actually got me this shirt. So my mom actually knows about this and she totally supports me and does not care. Like my mom is a Chad. She's an absolute fucking queen. I love her. I will support her for life. And she literally got me this for my birthday. I'm like, damn. She knows. She's the GOAT. Oh yeah, if you guys seen my I think I have like 2 other shirts. She also got me those for my birthday too. Yeah. No, my mom is like mad chill about this stuff. She's very supportive. So yeah, just wanted to share that randomly, I guess. Have an awesome mom. Nice t-shirt. Thank you. Yeah, I have this one. Oh yeah, cool. Now look at Chizuru. Look at what's underneath Chizuru. There's a diamond. There's a diamond underneath Chizuru. That's pretty cool. She's the one. She won. Anywho, yeah, just wanted to share that real quick. Also, my white Rent-A-Girlfriend t-shirt that I have, she also got that one, and I think the black one I bought. There's 2 I think I bought. I know I bought Reiji's official shirt that he made, the black one that's like too big on me, and then I bought the one that I think I either bought the other one that's like really colorful and black, which is also an official one from the anime, or my mom might have bought that one. Are you married? No, I'm not. I am not married. I have had relationships before, but no, I'm not married. Still waiting for the one though. Someday, maybe, hopefully. Yeah. I haven't had a relationship in a while, to be honest. It's been quite a while, but I'm kind of okay with it. Like I have a lot of friends, a lot of people, and a lot of people who are friends. I've even been to a wedding. I was the best man at a wedding. So, Yeah, I've had my fair share of relationships, but no, I am not married. I am not married. I am just a normal dude who at the moment is single. How oddly fitting. Yeah, no. I was the best man in my best friend's wedding. He like made me a cup and everything. What else? Wait, why am I talking about this? We're supposed to be ending. Why the hell am I talking about this? Bye. See you guys never. God, thanks for tuning in.